I will call to order the March 7th, 2024 Board of Education meeting. We acknowledge the traditional, ancestral, unceded territory of the Chumash, Tongva, Fernandino, Tatabaim, and First Nations on which we are learning, educating, and living. If she's amenable to it, I'd like to ask Ms. Collins to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. You can also say no, and I'll tap somebody else. Thank you very much. Okay, so then can I ask Miss Charlene? No, okay. Wow. 3 strikes and I'm out. Mr. Becky, I believe I asked you to do this last time, but thank you for being open to doing it again. I didn't know.
Okay, place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag for the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Ms. Quinterio, please take the roll call at this time.
Member Ferguson,
Present.
Member Tabbitt,
Present.
Clerk Ponsor Kamkar,
Present.
Vice President Agakanian,
Present.
President Weisberg.
Present. Item 5, reporting on closed session. We did not have closed session tonight, so nothing to report. 6, adjustments to the agenda. Does anyone have any adjustments to the agenda? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to item 7, items for future agendas. Mr. Ferguson.
I do have an item for future agendas, but it's probably best under the bond conversation. So
Okay.
I just want to kind of,
Flag it.
yep, and then we'll come back to that. But
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Consider it flagged. We're going to move to our student board member representatives who are going to, first going to introduce Dr. Knappich, who is going to play a video of our Monterey High School student report, and then Ms. Tesfu, it will be your fabulous time to shine.
Should be queued up.
Good evening, Board President Weisberg, distinguished members of the board, Superintendent Paramo, district staff, and our audience. I am pleased to introduce you to our new school board rep, Daniela Alvarez, and I look forward to working with her in the next few months to share about all the wonderful things happening at Monterey High School. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Daniela Alvarez, and I started Monterey in October, and it's been such a great experience. I decided to run for student council and become the school board rep. I'm sorry I couldn't join you today, but I will be at the next board meeting to start my duties. It's been a few weeks since we've had a report, so I wanted to send in a video highlighting all of the great work we are doing. First, we had our Chinese New Year celebration. Students helped create a beautiful bulletin board teaching the school about the traditions around this very important holiday. We also hung lanterns up around campus. Next, we started a few new electives. The first is podcasting and piano. Taught by Miss Otis, it is teaching the students the skills of reporting, storytelling, and sound editing. We're also starting a fashion design and textiles class. The students are absolutely loving creating their own clothes and accessories. Both of these classes are being taught in our STEM classrooms, which used to be the nursery. We're happy to use this space in such a positive way. We also have continued to play basketball and volleyball tournaments at lunch. There are always fun activities going on in and outside of the classroom. Trust me, I've seen it. We have one more week of school until quarter 4. Student Council is excited to start planning end-of-the-year activities and celebration. Thank you so much for listening and finding interest in Monterey High School. See you soon.
I'm sort of in love with the video report. That's kind of amazing. And for people who aren't aware, because Monterey often has students who graduate or go back to Burroughs or Burbank High, sometimes we don't have a consistent Monterey rep, but we're so happy to have Daniela with us. And I loved being able to see all the things she was talking about. That was really cool. So excited to have her join us. Miss Tesfu from Burroughs.
Good evening, President Emily Weisberg, distinguished school board members, Superintendent John Paramo, district staff, members of the community. My name is Paris Tesfu, President of John Burroughs High School, and I'm here to give my report on March 7th, 2024. Before I start, on behalf of the JBHS AP African American Studies class, I want to thank the students of Disney Elementary for their beautiful thank you cards. We all looked at them and shared them with in the class, and it was so cute, and we were all like sharing it. We're like so impressed with like the talent and like all the time that they put in to the cards and just thanking us. The cards revealed so much empathy that the students have, and that was only unlocked by diversity. So thank you, students. Starting with campus news, the EDI committee is holding the multicultural event tomorrow, March 8th from 4 to 6 p.m. Join us to celebrate cultural diversity with cultural booths, performances, food trucks, and games and crafts from numerous cultures and countries such as Haiti, India, Korea, Thailand, Italy, and more. Come support this important, beautiful community-wide event at the multicultural event. ASB also has some updates they'd like to share with the board. Kindness Week ends this Friday by wearing red to show kindness in all of our hearts. The previous days were Monday, show kindness in your jeans by wearing denim. Tuesday was kindness in your future, dress up as your future career or wear college gear. And we handed out kindness shirts at lunch that day. And then Wednesday, students were to wear PJ bottoms and then have like the kindness shirts wear on Wednesday. And then Thursday, spread kindness in your classrooms by dressing up like a teacher, and teachers dressed as students. That was a fun day. We hope the student body enjoyed their Spirit Week, and tomorrow, ASB's senior class will be announcing the prom theme, so that's exciting.
No preview?
No.
I wouldn't want to make that group mad.
Next, with updates from our performing arts, on February 17th, our VMA choirs competed in the Burbank Blast Show Choir Competition. JBHS won big for their first competition of the season. Decibels won second place, and they won top musicianship. Soundwaves won first place as well as showmanship. Men at Work won first, along with musicianship and showmanship. Sound Stations won first place, musicianship and showmanship, and Powerhouse won first, musicianship, showmanship, best choreography, as well as 2 Best Soloists awards. I want to wish Sound Sensations and Powerhouse good luck at Nationals in Virginia. They're performing on Saturday, I believe, and we're all rooting for you guys. Ending with sports news, softball is playing at the Laguna Hills tournament today and tomorrow. Boys volleyball is playing today at Burbank, Frosh at 4:30, JV at 4:30, and varsity at 6. Boys golf is playing today with their league match at DeBell at 12, and good luck to all of our teams, and open up to questions or comments.
I'm just really excited to go to the EDI multicultural event tomorrow.
Yes.
I went last year and it was really, really interesting. It seems like it's gotten even bigger this year, so
Yeah,
I'm just
it has.
excited to go and check it out.
Yeah, make sure you get your passport book. They'll
Ooh.
stamp at each booth.
Consider it done.
Remind me the time for that again.
4
to 6.
4 to 6.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just come through the parish alley gate.
You're gonna have quite a commute there. Anybody else? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Item 8B, our Burbank Teachers Association, California School Employees Association, and Burbank Association of School Administrators, BTA, CSEA, and BASA. This is a new addition to our agenda as of the last meeting that carves out space for our phenomenal union leadership to share updates, reports, questions. Mr. Becky, did you have anything that you'd like to share? Please come on up and join us. Happy to see you.
Good evening, Board President Weisberg, members of the board, Superintendent Paramo, and all the district staff, and those in the audience. I want to thank our elementary members at our 11 elementary school sites who worked open house last night. I'm hoping that you were able to be there. If not, I'm sure they put a lot of time into our open house. They take big pride in how their classrooms look for the public and for their parents. So I just want to do a shout out to them. Read Across America is from March 2nd to the 6th. I had the pleasure to read at Edison Elementary on March 1st, which was a Friday. BTA also has books on the fence at our 11 elementary schools. I want to encourage the community and teachers to bring their students out to the fence. I just want to go over some of the books that are at our 11 school sites. So Butterflies Are Gross is at Stevenson. Skater CeeLo is at Bret Hart. Juna and Appa is at Roosevelt. My very favorite book in the whole wide world is at Miller. I Go and Come is at Emerson. Star People, a Lakota Story is at Disney. Your Name is a Song is at McKinley. Your Last Stop on the Market Street is at Washington. Our very favorite day of the year is at Jefferson. Dream Street is at Edison, and Viva's Voice is at Providencia. So those books are going to be on the fence for 1 month. And so I'm hoping for those parents who pick their kids up and walk home that they can have the opportunity to read those books because reading is really important, as we all know, to reading comprehension and vocabulary words. So I just really want to encourage our parents to take a look. Last thing I have to say is we have open house for middle school is on March 14th. It is a Thursday. I hope our BUSD cabinet members and our Board of Ed members can attend. We do also take that very seriously and are happy to greet our parents and all the students that come with them. And we take pride in the work that we do. And I hope that you can mark it on your calendars. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Becky. Comments from my colleagues? Go for it.
Yeah, thank you. Just a thank you to all of our elementary teachers. It is always a colorful, bright display that filled with energy, and you can see really the dedication and the time that goes into classroom preparation. So just thank you again to all of you. Really, truly incredible work, but not always appreciated, or not always said, and not always celebrated here. So yeah.
My question, just a clarifying question. There is a second elementary open house on April 25th, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I know that Ms. Ponser-Kampkar was out of the state. I couldn't be there, but I have April 25th earmarked, and I'm always really excited to go to middle school. So we look forward to seeing all of the fabulous elementary schools at the second go-around. I'm really happy that there are two. Ms. Ponser-Kampkar.
On that note, I know that when I was talking to a number of folks that are enrolling for kindergarten and enrolling for the year, I was encouraging them to go to open houses because it's a great opportunity to talk to parents, talk to teachers. You may not be able to actually do that during a school tour. So as Dr. Weisberg said, I was unfortunately in Texas last night, and so I was not able to go to open house, but I'm glad to hear it was a success, Mr. Becky.
Yes. We'll move on to item 8C, reports from the superintendent.
Yes, at this time, I'd like to invite our Assistant Superintendent of Admin Services to the podium. He is going to introduce one of our staff.
President Weisberg, board members, Superintendent Paramo, colleagues and community. It is my great pleasure to make the announcement that I'm shortly to make, but before I do, just to emphasize the excitement, I'm going to give the backdrop of what the past 7 months have looked like prior to her arrival. In June, we all know about the budgetary challenges and some of the accounting struggles that we experienced, and within 1 week of that event, we lost our fiscal director. June 13th was the last day we had a fiscal director on site. We had Karen Watland, our budget supervisor, fill 2 roles, the director and her own, for the entire summer. And then from September 1st until January 3rd, we had a combination of a retiree, Mike Lee, serve in a part-time interim director role, and I supported the department. And so needless to say, the department really went 7 months without consistent leadership, and it's a testimony to each of our staff members for the success that we were able to see during that time. During that time, we had 3 recruitments, struggled to find the right candidate, and so ultimately we retained school services to help us with our search. It was a nationwide search, and we ended up finding someone who was not local, but rather a part of that nationwide search. With no further ado, I'd like to welcome up Dr. Miriam Abdelhamid. She was hired in January to serve as our new fiscal director. Dr. Abdelhamid earned her PhD in education, her master's in economics, her bachelor's in finance and business analytics, all from Old Dominion. She also received her teacher credential in elementary education from Johns Hopkins University. Prior to joining Burbank 2 months ago, she'd been working for West Ed, which is one of the leading education finance consulting companies in the country, as well as was serving as a postdoctoral research fellow for the University of Houston. Prior to that, she's one of the few fiscal directors in the state of California that was a teacher. She was a TFA alumnus teaching 5th grade outside Washington, D.C., and then also worked in budget and strategy with the District of Columbia Public Schools. So someone with rich school finance experience as well as classroom experience. And she stepped into the role, again, 2 months ago and led the team during additional staffing transitions, as well as during this build up to second interim, which we'll present later tonight. So I want to welcome her and thank her for joining Burbank Unified.
Good evening, all. It's a little odd to be in the middle, so I apologize, everyone. But just really grateful to be here. I'm excited to work with you all. It's been a great 2 months thus far. Just learning a lot. I'm coming from DC, and so just that transition to California in and of itself. There's a lot of nuance to California ed, and then school finance more specifically. But having that West Ed experience, I've worked with numerous districts across California, and so I'm just excited to be here and looking forward to the next few months. But feel free to reach out. I'm happy to collaborate and really hoping our team can be as diligent and as efficient as possible these next few months. Thank you all.
Awesome, thank you.
Comments from my colleagues? You can do whatever you want.
Your resume. Oh, were you pointing to me to go?
I was.
I'm so sorry.
And then Board Member Ferguson.
You're good.
Your resume is so extensive and very impressive. Was it the weather? What?
I have my brother's family lives here, and so I've always been wanting to come. My brother's family lives here, and he has 2 young boys, and I don't have any kids myself, but they really are my world. And so I've been wanting to come to California, and so I saw this opportunity. I said, this is my time. And I really left DC public schools because there wasn't an opportunity to move up because my boss had been there forever, and he wanted me to take his role, and so I said I got to venture out, and so this opportunity presented itself, and I'm really grateful to be here.
We're grateful to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Best of luck, and it goes both ways. Feel free
Yeah.
to reach out anytime.
Thank you.
I'm sure she's going to call us for coffee, and we'll do.
We'll
It's a
hang
good.
out.
Well, I would hope. I would hope that that's available. But I love hearing obviously a resume. We've all met people with really great resumes, and some things work, some things don't. But you just seem to have this incredible energy about you that I think is really. It seems to make you just very accessible. You seem very accessible.
Thank you.
And I think that that's going to be really critical because you are obviously coming at a point where there was a major error.
Yeah.
And we are now living with that, and quite literally our standing, right, is in question with some members of the community, and we have an obligation. So I'm so thrilled, frankly, that you are taking the reins. I've heard wonderful things about your leadership, your style of work. So I'm excited, and I certainly will be reaching out.
Yeah.
But if there's methods or steps we can take to ensure greater oversight, greater accountability, I want to hear those. And I think everybody up here would want to hear those directly from you.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a chain of command, but at this moment, we need to bolster that trust.
Yeah.
And I think, your recommendations are certainly more than welcome at this time. So just
Great.
thank you very much and welcome to the team.
Thank you so much.
Stay out there.
Sorry.
Hi. Welcome to
you.
Burbank.
Thank you.
Welcome to California.
Thank you.
As a fellow transplant, I appreciate that you are here. And we should get together. I feel like we probably have some folks in common, given that we've got some similar backgrounds.
Yeah.
So just super excited. I've heard great things from Mr. Cantwell about just how much you've hit the ground running and
Thank you.
how much you've done above and beyond what he expected
Oh.
to be able to be done within a couple months. And so, there's a lot to be done. I'm really confident in the team we've got to be able to do it. Right? There's an abundance of low-hanging fruit, it turns out, and sometimes that can be a buffet, right? So
We're taking our selection.
exactly. Just enjoy being able to be super effective because there is so much to be done with the really extensive experience that you have coming from outside of California, but knowing the intricacies of California school finance and all of that. So welcome. We're so excited for you to be here and for Andy to not be working like 10 jobs at once. Mr. Campbell, excuse me. All right. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Great to meet everyone. Others? Yep.
Thank you. كيفك؟
What?
I said كيفك.
أنت بتتكلم عربي؟
لا نعم. No, sorry. Just wanted to welcome you, and again, some of us here, do have a background in business and accounting. So I'm glad that, you're here, and I'm looking forward to working with you.
Yes, very much so. Me too. Thank you.
I'll be quick. So, Dr. Abdelhamid, welcome. Echoing what everybody said, we've heard nothing but rave reviews. It has been a difficult 7 months. We're so lucky to have you at this particular moment. It's going to be a really robust conversation tonight about steps moving forward. It's been sort of phenomenal what our team has been able to do with like 5 people and some jelly beans. So it's really exciting that so many jelly beans to have somebody new on board who is as capable and creative as you. I will be bugging you to find out what you wrote your dissertation on.
Yeah, sure.
April Weaver can tell you I literally made her hand me her thesis because I was like, I do want to read it. So if you could all just turn your thesis. Yes,
It's
I did.
related to financial literacy of high school students, so definitely happy to-
We'll talk. But welcome, and just please know that we are a resource to you, and we just look forward to working with you and thank you in advance for the work you have done and will continue to do.
Thank you. I'm very much looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have several important reports tonight. We have a presentation from FICMAT. We're bringing forward the second interim regarding our budget. We're also bringing forward a fiscal stabilization plan. I'm not going to say much about that right now. I'm going to allow that to happen naturally through the reporting. What I will say is that in the last 2 weeks, I have met with our superintendents that make up the 5-star, and we have been in-serviced by school services on the financial and fiscal landscape of California, and it does not look good. And that's hard for me to say when we're in the process of cutting $4.5 million. But what was articulated in January as the budget deficit for the state was understated, and it looks like it's a lot bigger number and a much bigger deficit. So as superintendent of Burbank Unified School District, I want to say to our community that this is the time for us to really band together, because we need to work as a community to figure out how we move forward. And tonight is the beginning of that. And we will, I think that what's important for me is to communicate early and often about what our situation is. And so I want to highlight that in my comments today. And lastly, what I would say to the community at John Burroughs High School is the pump for the pool has been installed. I know there's a couple other glitches, but and we try to do that as fast as we can. There were some issues with delivery, but it has been installed today, and we just want the swimming and aquatics community to know that. And I want to thank our maintenance and everybody that was involved to fix that, because they did yeoman's work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Paramo. And yes, thank you to facilities. Okay, we're going to move on to 9, request to address the board. Any individual or group representative present this evening may address the Board of Education on any agenda item or on any subject within the jurisdiction of the school board by completing a white request card and turning it in to Ms. Quiterio. Speakers are requested to state their name prior to speaking to the board. Not more than 5 minutes may be allotted to each speaker, except by unanimous consent of the board. The superintendent may refer the matter to the proper department for review. The district is providing alternatives to in-person attendance for viewing and participating. We do not have any virtual public speakers, so we will move on to in-person. Right now I have 2 cards. First is Schlossman, and then followed by Ms. Chandra Collins.
Welcome. Please don't give away the store. Look, Ms. Weisberg, at the last meeting I talked to you, and also tonight you didn't stand for the flag salute. And I repeat myself, and you talked about how you display your patriotism. I call it a lack of patriotism. In the agenda for about a year now, it seems like the minutes of previous meetings have been gone. And I think that's an important function, and we should have a written record of that. If you're going to change the meeting times around, I respect that, but please restore the second period of oral communications, because the whole idea of cutting it was to get out earlier, so now you'll have time. Several meetings ago, you approved a lease payment. It was listed in your agenda as a lease payment of $475,000. It was not a lease payment at all. It was in fact a loan payment. The district borrowed $7.3 million for some lighting improvements, and with interest, it totals $9.5 million. So if you're going to make decisions, the vernacular should be right. There is a huge difference between a lease and a loan. And the real question of this item is, did it pay for itself? Was there a benefit to do it? Did we save more than the $9.5 million that this thing's going to cost us? At the last meeting, I talked about 3 things. I talked about how you pay your employees. I talked about whether you bought new furniture for the district headquarters, which I did not get an answer to. And no, I didn't. I even put in a public records request, and I got gobbledygook. There was no dollar amount. Instead, the superintendent said he bought furniture himself, and that wasn't the question I asked. I asked the dollar amount that you spent, and it was a simple one. And when I talk about things like you got a PE teacher making $85 an hour and getting 16 weeks off, you should not line up to bash me and take a number to, take turns bashing me. These are things we should be talking about, Madam President. And, in one of your items tonight, in item 10A, it says you're supposed to be talking about finances on a regular basis. But when I talk about it, it's like I did something wrong. So let's talk about this bond thing you're going to talk about real quick. I took $28 a month, which is what we're paying now, essentially. And if you save that up, it's $15,000 compounding interest. So it's a lot of money. Here's a story about a guy went to Five Guys to get a burger, and it was $24 for burger, fries, and a drink. I'm going to connect the dots here in a minute, so stay with me if you can. I went to Walmart. A lot of shit is behind glass nowadays, and that's part of our economy of how desperate things are. And when I see 1, 2, 3, or 4 of you with Starbucks, I think you're distant. I don't think there's any connection between the people you serve and what you're going to do to all of us with this bond. And I hear things like higher taxes are going to help the value of our homes. That's a load of crap. It reduces in fact, the number of buyers that are available. Ma'am, it is mathematics. If you raise the payment of the cost of home ownership, there's less people that can afford it. We can argue all you want. And by the way, I sent you an email, and you won't meet with me. And Ferguson and Agakanian absolutely just refused to respond to my email. I had a nice meeting with Miss Abbott, but you guys don't want to meet with me. And Miss Weisberg, you even suggested, you sent me an email back saying I was insane because suggesting I was insane. I have it right here. I have it printed right here. Yeah. So, do you repeat yourself at work with your kids? Of course you do. And we get new people here from time to time and new parents from time to time, and I'm going to repeat myself too. So get used to it. That's what we do. That's the mother of all learning is repetition. Here's something interesting. Prices are astronomical. Millions of seniors are unretiring to make ends meet amid higher consumer prices and dwindling savings. Have some mercy on us. Now, Mr. Agakanian, at the last meeting you said I come here and I throw numbers around. So, Mr. Agakanian, do I have your attention, sir? I have 2 years. Thank you. Listen, if you pass a $400 million bond, you got to pay interest on it. So let's say the interest is $300 million. Now, I don't know because I don't know the interest rate and I don't know the length of time. But let's say it's $700 million divided by 110,000 people living here. It's about $6,300 for every man, woman, and child. Have mercy on us. That's what I'm here to ask you. Table this bond.
Your time is up, sir.
Yeah, it is.
Ms. Collins.
Good evening, Superintendent Paramo, Madam President, school board members, administration, school staff, community members, and families. My name is Chandra Collins, and I have been a special education teacher here in Burbank for 15 years. I teach one of the language-enriched autism program, or LEAP classes, at Washington Elementary School. My husband is a special education teacher at Providencia. Our eldest daughter graduated 2 years ago and has her fingers crossed that she'll soon receive an acceptance letter as a transfer student to a UC. And our other 2 daughters are both students at Burroughs High School. In 2018, our family came to a school board meeting to support a resolution that Dr. Kissinger helped write to have BUSD acknowledge April as Autism Awareness Month. Since then, I have helped update the resolution to reflect the current statistics, as well as the new ways that people recognize the month and those with ASD or autism spectrum disorder. For example, the first time we came all those years ago, the statistics for the prevalence of autism were much lower. In 2000, the CDC reported that 1 in every 150 children born in the United States was autistic. As of 2023, the number is now 1 in every 36 children. A few years ago, a young autistic woman emailed the district after having read the proposed resolution and provided new information that even I did not know then. She explained that April should now be referred to as Autism Acceptance Month instead of awareness in order to encourage people to be more compassionate and understanding instead of just aware of ASD. That is why my family and I'm here tonight. They were supposed to be here. We are here to support this year's Resolution 20. When we first started coming 6 years ago, I thought it was important for the school board, the superintendent, and all of our staff to recognize our many students with ASD in our schools, as well as their families and those staff members who work with them. I think the simple act of passing the resolution and sharing it continues to be the positive path that BUSD, its staff, and the students are walking down with open hearts and minds. At Washington, we continue to celebrate the month by decorating infinity symbols and butterflies and posting them around school. We also wear bright colors on April 2nd, World Autism Day, to represent the wide spectrum of neurodiversity at our school and in our community. At both Providencia and Bret Harte, they also participate in similar activities to demonstrate their willingness to accept those with differences. Each day, I have the privilege to get to interact with my autistic students on many different levels. I try to teach them academic skills, of course. Sometimes I worry that I may be pushing them too hard, but most of the time they surprise me and learn and apply what we are working on. For example, we have been working on pronouns and emotional vocabulary. One of my students the other day said proudly, "I'm excited because I'm going to have pizza at the cafeteria." To some, this may seem insignificant, but to my staff and I, it was an amazing moment and one in which we expressed our pride in his accomplishments. Another of my students has learned to joke with us and make us laugh daily, and all of them are working on self-regulation and calming strategies. If you think about it, this in itself is a big deal. Many adults don't know how to calm down or do things that bring them peace. I have to do a lot of yoga for that. Some people wonder why I do what I do. I'm sure, like many of us, some days I feel successful and other days I feel like I could do better. But being invited into my autistic students' world is a place I feel lucky to be. They unknowingly teach me to use different perspectives to see the world around me, to tap the deepest well of patience, and to be inspired by their persistence. Many of you have visited my class before, and there is always an open invitation to all of you. The lights are usually off, and it may not be the quietest room on campus, but it is full of learning on all levels, compassion, and kindness. With work, this has become the culture at Washington Elementary, and we are very proud of that. Thanks to your leadership, BOC will continue to be a community of acceptance and show that all of our students across the autism and neurodiverse spectrums are as wonderful as the colors of the rainbow. They, like all of us, are unique and add color and vividness to the world. I'm happy that some of my past students and their families have been here at times, and that we can still call them our friends. Our lives are much fuller for it. Our daughters have learned to be more accepting of others and to stand up for what is right, even when it is not always the easiest thing to do. Accepting that they are busy teenagers and hate public speaking as much as I do, they didn't want to speak tonight. But still, my family and many others are grateful for the recurring resolution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Collins. Okay, we'll move to superintendent responses.
Chandra, thank you so much for coming. You come every year, and it means so much to everyone. When I hear you speak, it just solidifies to me and reminds me that it's really easy to be kind. And if we all did that, we'd be a much better place. And we get a lot more done. And I really appreciate you saying that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Promo. Board member responses? Ms. Tabbitt. And then Mr. Ferguson?
Ms. Collins, thank you for the work that you do. It's been so fun, which is a weird word to use, but every year when you'd come with your girls, especially when they bring a friend that they met either in your class or somewhere along the way, and talked about how they were able to grow through this friendship with an autistic student, and that maybe what some people may view as their limitation, this is what I learned from your daughters, weren't really limitations. It was us that didn't have autism that might have limitations. It was really fun to hear your daughters speak on that subject and talk. So please tell them we missed them tonight, because they definitely have been a huge part in what you and your husband as well have brought to our district, and we are greatly appreciative. So this tiny reminder every year is a great thing, and I'm glad, thank you all for continuing it.
Yeah, to Ms. Collins, thank you so much. You know, it was quite the bit of advocacy in the beginning to get this off the ground, and it, you know, it may seem like a simple resolution that we wanted. You know, no, it did involve research. It did, and you did the lion's share of it. So credits and kudos to you. But really, we evolved the resolution over time. It really does take more effort than is seen sometimes with these very seemingly ceremonial resolutions, but really deeply meaningful for the communities that they really impact. I am so grateful for your service to this district. I know in my time knowing you and coming to your classroom, it's powerful to see what you've done. And I still have the truck thank you card at home because it means the world to me. This is a population we have every opportunity to serve well and to serve better than our surrounding districts. We have the talent, certainly with our teaching pool and with our support staff. There's no reason why we can't get this right. So I want to thank all of the folks who are supporting these learners and these students every single day. They are so precious to us. And we take their education and the responsibility to give them the very best very seriously. So thank you so much for doing this. 6 years, I feel like it's all flying by, but seriously, truly, this speaks to our values. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Ms. Ponser-Kamkar and then Dr. Agakanian.
Thank you, Dr. Weisberg. So first, Ms. Collins, thank you for your advocacy and for holding us accountable, because I know it took some back and forth to make sure that this was going to happen again this year. And that can happen sometimes with change, but you made sure it was going to happen. And I just really appreciate that. I haven't been out to Washington since the first week of school, so I need to make another visit out. And I'm hoping to come visit your classroom when I do, okay? I know we're going to talk about the bond in a bit. I want to talk about housing values just for a moment.
Right.
Which is to say that people move to Burbank because of the quality of our schools and because of the reputation of our schools and their reputation for how high quality they are. And it's the reputation and it's this shared vision in our community of excellence. So what I worry about as a homeowner, right, if I only put that hat on, is what happens to my housing value when the headlines in the local paper, on the internet, are that we have had to, that our buildings are in dire need of repair. That my daughter has had to take class in the library because the HVAC is out at her school, when the roofs are leaking and so we have to cancel games, right? What happens to our housing values when that happens, and the community doesn't have an opportunity to support it? What happens to our housing values when there are headlines about us not having open libraries or library coordinators? What does that say about the excellence of our schools if we are not able to do some pretty basic things that people think about when they think about an excellent education? So if I've only got my housing value hat on, that's what I think about. Mm-hmm. Is that if I want to protect my investment, I better protect our schools. So all that to say, we'll talk more about it at the bond. But it should not be a surprise that I'm in support of that. I also wanted to, I think we forgot the board member report item. No?
We switched it, so it's at the end.
Oh, it's at the end. Okay, then never mind. I'll save it.
Cool.
All right, cool. Thanks.
Okay.
So, thank you, Clerk Ponzer Kamkar. I'm gonna, same hat for as a homeowner, and I'm gonna take it off. So I think you said it well. Thank you. To Ms. Collins, again, thank you very much for doing this. And I think what's important is that it's not only about the resolution, it's also all the updated information that you bring forward to the public, because, autism, it changes. The data changes. So thank you for doing that, and thank you for being a champion. I think we're going to continue talking about autism. I think it's something that, again, we're still learning more and more about it, but thank you for not only being there for all of our students, but also being a beacon of hope for people who really want to know more about it. There's still a lot of members and communities who don't know what autism is. So thank you for all you do.
I'm going to jump on the Miss Collins appreciation train for just a brief moment. So people, wow. So people who watch the meetings usually get to see you once a year, but what they don't see is the work you do in your classroom and the emails that you send advocating not just for yourself and your students, but for special education in Burbank clear across the board. And I think that's something that, people don't get to see with all of our teachers here, right? With BTA President Drebecki, who also teaches, we don't get to see all the work she does behind the scenes. But I think it is a Thursday night at almost 8:00, and we're teacher tired, right? You're teacher tired, which is like a whole different level of tired. So I just am so constantly impressed and inspired by you showing up, even when you have a million other things you could be doing. I will very obviously be back to visit again this year. And I know that my colleagues will also, but just thank you authentically. And just a very brief, just to let our huge audience know. Our decision to do things like conflate our public comment periods, shift around when board member responses are, et cetera, was done to streamline it and also make it more accessible for participation. Because if somebody, before we made the change, wanted to speak about a general item within the jurisdiction of the board, they were often waiting 3 or 4 hours to be able to do that. So in the desire to encourage more participation and more community activism, we thought the best thing to do was to move both up front so that everybody had an opportunity to participate before it got to be midnight. So the assumption that we just wanted to get out earlier is an incorrect one. But instead, this was about us thoughtfully engaging in conversation about how to better serve our community, which I'm really proud of because we got a lot of really positive feedback, and I'm looking forward to more engagement. And just briefly to speak to what Ms. Ponser Kamkar said, and I understand, like, you know, the BuzzFeed article headline that everybody could balance their budget if they didn't drink Starbucks. But as somebody who works 2 full-time jobs, I need it. Yeah, I bought it. Armand got it for free because I bought it. But I do think, you know, to Ms. Ponser Kamkar's comments, we can't make people care about kids or care about schools. That's very obvious. But we can, you know, have different conversations with different stakeholder groups. And every piece of data shows that home value increases when there are solid public schools. Similarly, home values increase when there are solid public libraries. All of those things deeply matter. And I know not all of us own multiple apartment buildings, so it might affect us differently than it affects other community members. But we're all gonna, in some way, shape, or form, feel a little bit of an adjustment, whether it's my rent going up or somebody else's home payment going up a little bit. But what we're talking about is a continuance. And I am excited and buoyed by how much support we've received just in beginning conversations from the business community, from the chamber, from the realtors. And those are the people I really trust to make solid fiscal assessments about what's happening in our community and what's going to help us and what's not. Because they're doing that work in the community, right? They're in touch with our small businesses and our larger businesses. They're in touch with people who are moving to Burbank in order to send their kiddos to BUSD. And so I think it's an exciting time, and I continue to be really encouraged by people in our community being invested in factual information and not scare tactics, right? So our community knows, and it's time. I think we're in a really powerful place to be able to come together and support one another. And as we know, what's good for the district is good for the city and vice versa. So I'm looking forward to a more robust conversation in a little bit, but thank you to those of you that came to speak tonight. And also thank you to Mr. Becky for always coming and sharing important information. I think most people in the community know that our teachers have 16 weeks of unpaid summer vacation, which means most of us go and find other work. And that when you sit in when you are working with 55 plus kids in your class every day, damn straight we're all going to get in line and celebrate you and celebrate trying to pay you more and more until you get to a level that you deserve. So I think I can say rest assured, we don't rubber stamp things, but I think every single one of us up here can say without reservation, damn straight we're going to keep supporting you and getting behind you and Ms. Collins and all of our teachers and our classified staff as well to fight to get you what you deserve. We are going to move on to reports to the board. We're going to start with 10A. I'm very excited about this. Fiscal Crisis and Management Team, FCMAT, study presentation. Mr. Cantwell, you are going to intro and then we'll begin. Thank you.
President Weisberg, board members, Superintendent Paramo, colleagues and community. A few moments ago, I referenced the events in June, which board member Ferguson appropriately characterized. That it was a really critical time in our district in which we identified a number of budgeting and accounting errors that led to overstating our budgetary position during the interim revisions to the budget last year by about $11 million. As a reminder for both those in the audience here and those at home watching, the district has an annual audit completed each year, a financial audit that is done by an independent third-party auditor that looks at our actual finances, and they are making a statement about the ability for the board and the community to rely upon the numbers that are being presented. And for multiple years now, we've had clean audits. We've not had to have a change from our unaudited financial position or financial statements. However, after the errors were identified in June, you guys made very clear that the financial audits that had been completed were not adequate, that we wanted to have an audit of our processes to help us get to some of the root causes and the root reasons of why an error like that which occurred was able to. And so you asked us to go out and find the best, to be able to help look at our processes and figure out, again, how we chart a path forward that builds back confidence from the community in our ability to appropriately track and report on our finances. And so we reached out to FCMAT. FCMAT is the Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team. They are the kind of watchdog in the state of California for school districts and their financial health. They often are brought into school districts without the invitation of the district, involuntarily, when the district has a number of financial crises that could be occurring. However, they also provide a really valuable service to school districts with a distinct and separate process like what we invite them into to, again, audit our processes. One thing, though, when you do bring in this group is that you really lose control over the messaging. They did not ask us for a whole lot of feedback about what it was that we want to see in the report. Rather, they said, here's our report, and you're going to accept it, and we're going to post it to our website, and you should post it to yours. And so with no further ado, I want to introduce the chief analyst that was on our account, who came and visited with us in October and was in frequent communication going back to August when we first retained FCMAT. John Von Flew is the chief analyst for the Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team, and he'll be presenting their findings to their process audit this evening. John. Just right there. Okay.
The exciting reports already happened with the students and all. Good evening, President Weisberg, honorable trustees of the Burbank Unified School District, Superintendent Paramo, student school board representative. I was one of those as a high schooler, and so great things can happen to you. And even though I was in a very small school, and I left at 8 o'clock to go home and do my homework. Also want to acknowledge the staff and members of the audience and administration. Thank you for having me here tonight. My name is John Von Flew, as Mr. Cantwell expressed. I am a chief analyst with FCMAT. I've been with FCMAT off and on since 2010. Took a hiatus for 4.5 years to be a county CBO and oversight of districts, and added that to my belt of tools. Anyway, we'll start off with the presentation, and if there's any questions throughout it, please just stop me during the process. I'm not going to go over the report, it's everyone can read, but I do want to hit some highlights and some of the things that we share in our report that some of the things that went along with our report that I don't share in writing. So FCMAT started in 1991 with AB 1200 legislation, and there was a need for oversight. If you remember, Richmond School District went into fiscal crisis. They needed a group to come in and start a watchdog, an oversight agency, and FCMAT was created. Our primary mission is to help K-14, or actually I should say TK-14 districts in county offices and the state. So we're advisement to all districts and the state as well. Our services include management assistance. That's what this is. Management assistance when we get called in. We like to work in that lane. That's where we're being proactive and we're trying to help districts, and we're welcome. That's when they throw out the welcome mat for us. The other one's not so much. Well, professional learning we do. We do a lot of work in professional development, trying to stay ahead of the game. And then we get into fraud reviews, fiscal crisis, and we also do data management. So if you're aware of Ed Data or CSIS, CalPads, that is all part of FICMAT. So Burbank Unified called us in with a study scope of looking over their budget development, budget monitoring, position control, accounts payable, and accounts receivable. Those were the scope parameters. They did contact us back in July, reacted very quickly after they found their issues. It was our schedule and our availability and our workload that kept us from not being there till October, and then not having the report available before March. And I apologize for that length of time, but we have our burdens that we have to, and we have actually some that are more dire and require more responsive effort. As you can all attest, you put the best on the team, and I apologize that the best part of the team is not here, and that's Maria Arias, who I brought on board. We at FICMAT work in several different venues. I myself right now am working in food services, fiscal reviews, financial reviews, and structural reviews. So we always put the best, we try and attract and get the best on the team, and I credit most of this work to Ms. Arias, who is not able to be here this evening. We came to the district at the end of October, interviewed staff, and I will take a pause here to say you put the best on the team as well. We know that it's a very difficult environment right now to attract and retain the best talent. Those that we interviewed, I'll start with the caring and dedication that they had. No question about that. And then the resumes that they came with. It's amazing who you can attract and retain around here in Burbank. We see this statewide that it's difficult and there's vacancies. Burbank is not alone in having those, but your ability to put the right people on board, and if you go back to good to great, put the best people on the bus. It's amazing what you're able to accomplish. I should keep up with the slides, should I? Sorry about that. The background, so we heard there were budget errors. And fortunately, if you want to look at a glass half full, it was in excess. That still is a very impactful error. Takes a long time to gain trust, and very quickly can you lose it. And so regaining that effort, the efforts to regain the trust are evident here. The district responded right away after finding that error and have made efforts continuously to work on that. They also had staff turnover and vacancies. And then that compounded, so districts, and Burbank's not unique. Across the state, we see districts that are struggling. And it's when you have that storm of vacancies, new staff, and undocumented procedures is when it all falls apart. Experienced and educated and stable staff can overcome not having the processes in place, not the procedures written down, and they can get away with that. But then, and if you have the procedures and processes in place and documented, new staff can come in and pick up the ball and run with it, if you don't mind my analogy there. But Burbank got hit with both, okay? And that's really what caused it. FICMAT, the report is a deficit model, so I want to take a few moments throughout the report to identify the positives here. And so Burbank has been able to attract great staff. Like I said, they were all Everyone we interviewed were dedicated, had an interest in correcting the problems. And I'll tell you, very unique to districts that we work with is the follow-up that we got. We got calls, we got emails after we left to say, I want to contribute one more thing that I saw. I want to share one more thing that we had with you so that you can consider this. And that is unique. Typically, they don't want to talk to us. And then when we leave, they're locking the door behind us, and we don't hear from them. But that was not the case in Burbank with any of the staff that we talked to, or that we inquired with. So, although it's not in the structure, the scope of our report, as you recall, the scope of the report was to look at budget development, budget monitoring, position control, accounts payable, and accounts receivable. We do cover those, but as we started looking at Burbank, we realized that there's a foundational component here that you build up from, and so we wanted to look at the organizational structure. We looked at the org chart. The relationships between the different positions, the job descriptions that fed into it, and how they all related, and have recommendations on those. A lot of it goes to setting the tone, identifying the relationships between employees and the communication between employees, identifying priorities, and being able to address the needs. And so. The board, and we state in our report, the board gives the superintendent authority to organize the district, and then the superintendent delegates that authority to his administration. And that needs to be, those connections need to be well defined. People need to know where their role is in the organization, and therefore, and what their authority is within the organization. The second piece is our operational process. Here I'm owning the district. Here is the operational processes, and that comes about accountability. Okay, being able to identify the steps that need to happen, the systems that need to happen, and then holding accountability. And without the processes, and written processes and procedures, it's extremely difficult to hold accountability. And when you have new staff coming in, it's only like word of mouth on how things are happening. So having those processes in place and written, documented, helps the district to overcome when there's any changes. Also looking at the district, and again, this is not unique to Burbank, is the number of multiple systems. What happens when staff, as the districts grow or as time goes, technologies improve, technologies change. However, sometimes I like doing things the way I was doing, and I like this program, or I like, and that needs to adjust. And then all of a sudden, the puzzle pieces don't fit anymore. When that happens, now you've got additional human effort and redundant effort, and when you have entering of data in one system and then having to take that data and re-enter it into another system, it leaves opportunity for omissions, errors, not to even to speak of the time it takes to change that. So are you getting real data real time? And it's likely with the budget error that you speak of that it was found, but it just took time. And why did it take time? Because the systems weren't integrated and talking. Okay. Again, not unique to Burbank, it just got caught. And so, foundation of that and internal controls. Now getting into the actual scope points of the request. Budget development. Budget development is a process. It's an inclusive process and it's a building process. You start early with the plan. This is how we're going to build the budget. These are who we're going to include. And then as information comes about, governor's January proposal, you start adding that information. You have your ADA that you're working with, you have your proposals and your priorities for the year that are board driven, and you start adding that together and building those processes, getting community involvement. And so the process, one, People need to know what the process and where they fit in that process. So the budget calendar is important to do so, and then train staff on their individual roles. And you'll hear that throughout the report is, documented process, bringing the right people on board, documented process and bringing people on board and then training them. And that's kind of a cycle that you want to look at in every case. The budget development, regular communication is essential. Keeping people on board and every step of the way is vital to budget development. Once the budget's developed, fairly simple process, I guess, is now you have budget monitoring. Budget is a living document. It changes every day. You could get up here and report every day what changed, what bill came in, what revenue came in, and how those assumptions change. It's important that that story is told. From budget development to second interim today, can you tell what's different and why it's different, and be able to tell that story? And it should all connect and make sense. So we advise that the budget revisions be frequent, that they be detailed, that they're engaged with school sites and departments, and that they're reviewed for accuracy and for reasonableness and from every angle. You have to reconcile your accounts payable and accounts receivable on a regular basis. You touched a little bit of that on accounts payable, but you have to know what bills have been paid and what are encumbered, and then and what revenues to receive you're expecting. Position control. I don't know the exact number for Burbank Unified, and I'm not going to put anybody on the spot with it, but districts are between 85 and 90% of the expenses in the district are staff. Okay, and still, with that amount of dedication, it's a service industry. You're not here because of the money, it's here because you want to serve. But with that, position control is vital. That is the biggest piece of the budget, and you have to have it dialed in with perfection. The district uses ad hoc systems. There's systems that they were using before kind of fell to the wayside, and the district uses several different methods and systems to keep position control, and it's amazing what they're doing with the systems that they're working with. And so I want to stop and say that position control is vital important. There is, again, a transfer of data from one system to another that is cumbersome, and the efforts to verify that put us in a spin because everyone had a different way. I reconciled to this and I reconciled to that, and we communicate with this, and then we have to go to the room and sit there and compare our spreadsheets, and it's just there's a lot of effort and a lot of work and a lot of dedicated staff making that happen. It needs to generate and always have a conversation between position control, budget, and payroll. Just a quick side note, I had, as a county CBO, I had a district that was in the exact opposite situation you had. They did not put their staff in position control as they hired. They ended up hiring too many staff, and within 1 year, they went insolvent. Just between July and August, in the hiring they did, because they'd say, oh, we hired somebody. One person was putting in position control, it was there. It wasn't talking to budget or payroll. So when payroll came out, the payroll didn't reflect budget, position control, and obviously didn't reflect budget. They didn't find this out for 2 payroll cycles. And in 2 payroll cycles, so July and August, was enough to put them on a trajectory to be insolvent that year. I'm glad you're not in that situation. Accounts payable. Lots of vacant positions in accounts payable. Again, the challenge there is filling the spots with competent people and then giving them training. And part of the training is having procedures in place for them to facilitate them getting up to speed quickly and being a supportive member of the team. We also have on there that and we see this a lot, additional detail on the board report. We like to see it as FCMAT. There's no requirement to have it, but we like to see that additional detail. It gives an additional layer of information to the community, and it allows you to monitor a little bit more what's happening in the district. Lastly, accounts receivable. Again, this is more probably the smallest issue at hand here, but there were lack of procedures in place. Segregation of duty when revenues come in, especially like cash or checks, having a double count and a separate count, having oversight and checks in that are important. And obviously with the challenges of staffing and the lack of experienced staff, there were gaps in that as well. And then training, training them of the process and the importance of accounting for each and every step. That gets us to the final training. In every aspect, procedures and processes documented, and then a comprehensive training plan to make sure that everyone is working in the same direction and working together and knows their roles. We recommend that with this, as with many things, is don't reinvent the wheel necessarily. Go out and find districts, colleagues that are working well, systems that are working well, and borrow them. One thing I love about education is we can all win. Burbank Unified looking good and running on all cylinders, if you will, does not discount your neighbor. We can all do well. And so we like to share. We like to borrow from. We should like to share, and we should like to borrow from one another, and create a positive environment with that collaboration. So network with the other LEAs. The county office will give you insight on who's running well, working well, or they should have that information for you, and then connect with them. And I know that the district is doing that. Reach out when you need help. It's obvious that they did that with FCMAT. We thank you for that, bringing us on board. I'd rather come on board and meet with you in this circumstance than in a fiscal crisis circumstance, which is. I like the open door and the red carpet in a sense, versus the resistance that we seek in other places. So that's kind of an overview of the report. I do have and want to offer opportunity for asking questions.
Ms. Ponser-Kamkar.
I always have questions. It's nice to see you again.
Good to see you again. Thank you for meeting with us.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for putting together such a comprehensive report. Oh boy. So I do think like most of my questions eventually I've got questions on here that are probably more for Mr. Cantwell and team. So I just am curious, as you think about, I was looking at the recommendations for processes and procedures.
Mm-hmm.
And you mentioned like talking to other districts that have done some of this documentation. I know one of the challenges that I've heard from the team is that working with that we are required to work with county software and systems, and that can be challenging. As a former county CBO, tell me a little bit about like how you've seen folks address kind of shortfalls in that area.
Yeah. Ideally, the county system and the district system would be the same system. I was very fortunate to experience that myself. I'm in Kern County, and the financial system that the county has is the same system that the districts have. Most of the districts have, not all. So we had real-time access to provide oversight. I don't think that I'm not sure that the best system has that opportunity for you. There has to be that outside connection. However, you're still required to work with the county system. They are your liaison, if you will, to the treasurer and the county controller. So they have to have your funds on there. There are fiscally accountable and fiscally independent districts out there that separate and go on their own. But I wouldn't advise that. It puts a huge burden on the district, and the county office is a partner. And they are there to support you and help you and provide some oversight in a supportive way. That's the way you want it to be anyway. So there's systems, and I'm not the expert on exactly what plugs into the best system, the best. But there are success stories out there, and with I think it's 80 some odd districts in reporting to LACO. There are some that have to have better systems than Burbank has in play. And so, again, I apologize that I don't have a recommendation specifically there other than to reach out to the county office, reach out to your neighboring districts. You obviously, you should be able to recognize what districts seem like they're working well. It's not always true. Some have a good facade. But, the CBOs that you respect, I'm pointing at Andrew because he would know that. Reach out to them and find out what they do and how and what they use, and that's my recommendation. The less, the more integrated and connected you can be with their system, the better off you're going to be. And you do have that once a day interface that happens. I don't know that you can completely get away from that, but if that's your biggest challenge, you're in a good place.
That's super helpful. So the other thing I was thinking about in terms of the documentation piece, and this is more of an offer for our admin services team, which is I would love for us to think about how we do that documentation in a way that is a job aid, right? And I've done that work at my organization. It's a real treat. So I'm happy to share examples of what we've done in terms of identifying roles and responsibilities, getting super granular in terms of all the tasks. Like our payroll person has a very long checklist that she goes through twice a month when she's doing payroll. And so I'm happy to share those kinds of things because I think that can be super helpful when you're training a new accounts payable person, when you're training a new payroll person to have to the granular level, because then you don't have to remember anything, right? You can remember how to do your job, but you're not worried about missing things. And so I'd love to do that and also think about how we're measuring success in some of these areas, right? I think we've got a good set of recommendations, but how are we going to know if we're doing it right other than just things are still humming along? Because I think we've seen that things can hum along for a while until they don't. And so how are we thinking about how will we know if there's a problem? In terms of I'm thinking about accounts payable in particular, right? Are we going to know because our processing rate goes way higher, right? Or are we going to know because we're getting calls or whatever it is? I'd like for us to incorporate those into the job aids of what's the metric that these folks are trying to hit? Because I get the sense that just checking that the job is complete is potentially not enough. But this was a super thorough report, and I thank you for all the work you did with the team.
Some of the things that you mentioned are considered very restrictive by a lot of people, but we see them as empowering. If you know what the structure is, you know where you fit in, you know what the process is, it really helps to facilitate the communication and the work.
Yeah, to be clear, people did not like this process starting it, but then once they had it and they had, everything that they do written down and it was clear who was responsible for what and what people were waiting on, it was empowering to them to be able to say no, we agreed on this as a process and you owe me this thing by day 3 of budget development or whatever it is. So
absolutely.
Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you so much. This is a long time coming, so thank you very much. I happened to be in that center chair last year when this happened, and this team came together and really said, hey, we need to call in outside help. I went through the CSBA governance training. I thought you were probably 11 feet tall and came with, we were trained, right? You do not want FICMAT visiting your district. And so we are lucky, frankly, that you have a dual capacity, one that both, seeks to correct severe errors in financial systems that lead to districts going financially belly up, but also that you can support us in this way. We want to be transparent. We want to be completely above board with our systems. Having said that, we are also in a very real resource challenge and crunch, and districts across the state are dealing with this. I think it would shock people to know that a $200 million budget is processed by a dozen or less people. And that is a lot of responsibility on very few heads. So first and foremost to the department, thank you for your flexibility in this moment. There were certainly moments where, credibility was on the line, and you have certainly demonstrated that your commitment is real, that your professionalism is real, but we've got to tighten the ship a little bit. Some of these look like very short-term, one-time fixes. Some of these look like long-term, protracted conversations. I think the conversations around, and I think Ms. Ponser-Kamkar, I've certainly heard in previous conversations, around connection to the county system seems to be a source of frustration that is just beyond, and it really is untenable. And that's, we need to get in greater lockstep with the county. Having said that, this is a time to bring in a county supervisor and let them know just how difficult this is on our end. And that's important to me. I think moving forward as we address this. I think ultimately, when I'm looking at some of these, again, procedures, yikes, right? Yikes. So again, I don't know structurally how it looks in the long term, but these are I think seem to be pretty straightforward. And I think as we're building this out, we want to kind of think proactively. This is absolutely an opportunity. We've clearly got new talent, all the things, joining us, but this is the time for open data. This is the time for bigger systems that put it online. This report, for instance, I think should be at burbankusd.org/the-report. Put it out there and make it simple and make it easy for people to access, because this is the moment where we just need to put all the cards on the table so we don't have the narrative hijacked by people who are not interested in building for the long term. So we don't have the rhetoric that just seeks to say that we're not here to serve the mission. That's baloney. And I have to tell you, I saw Mr. Cantwell during this process. He was stressed daily trying to make sure that we had the numbers that we needed and the answers that we needed to get this bill of health, frankly, back. So I want to thank you for your work. I think we certainly need another conversation or 7 about the roadmap ahead. I do think that, frankly, this likely needs also some additional subcommittee work as well. Just to be real, to track the day-to-day work of this. That subcommittee, though, I think that work needs to be reported back to the full board rather proactively. This is not one that 2 can go and work without commentary, so without real report back. So, but I do think this is extensive enough for that. So I want to thank you for, again, coming in and helping us in that way. I'll also ask that we send copies of this to all of our core constituency groups in an effort to, again, put it out there. We went through this. It was a bad moment. We're back. We have the solid recommendations on the bill of health that needs to move forward. There was no wrongdoing on the part of any one person or any group. It was systems. It was procedures. And if that's what we have to fix in this, fantastic. So thank you to Mr. Cantwell and everybody on the team. We are counting on you. Our kids are counting on you, and never be counting. But really, truly, we don't appreciate it enough. And now we see that impact directly. So thank you, guys.
Dr. Agakani and Ms. Tabbitt.
Thank you, Mr. Van Flew, for a very thorough report. So my concern is there's a lot of recommendations in terms of organizational chart and also clarifying the duties of workers. My question is, based on your recommendations, some of the changes, for some of the people who have already been there where their job description will not include some of the additions, how are we going to deal with that? Because that's a concern of mine where someone says, well, it's not in my job description, sorry, I can't do this. And that's something that, I don't know what your experience in past, we're dealing with issues like that, but I see a lot of training, recommendation, clarification. If I already was hired 3 years ago where my job description is this, now you're telling me I have to do more, and here's some additions, that is one of my concerns.
Yeah, that's a great recognition. And so if you recall the presentation I gave to this board in September, we talked about the current structure of the department and kind of the direction of where we sought to go. In September, I believe we had 9 distinct job descriptions. And so you can understand that when there's 9 distinct job classifications, with a total of 15.5 FTE filling those 9, there's a really, strongly defined, narrowly defined responsibilities for each of those descriptions. What we've been building out to over the past 6 months, especially as we've had staffing turnover, is consolidating the number of job descriptions, having job descriptions that are more broad to allow for greater cross-training. Again, one of the challenges is that when you only have one person who's allowed to do something, then when they go out, it can be really difficulty when we don't have those sorts of backups and supports or accountability, or obviously maintaining segregation of duties. So one of the big things that we're doing right now is we're really focusing on a fewer number of job descriptions, obviously still distinct duties that they'll hold, but because of the flexibility the job description gives, they're able to be that backup to a different function, or they're able to step in when someone goes out on a leave. And so we are very much working on that right now because you're spot on as far as what the historic challenge has been.
Ms. Tabbitt.
Thank you. More to our admin team. FICMAT, and thank you very much for your report. Comes across with ideas and errors, things that we need to do better in regard to fiscal. But in reading what FICMAT also does, works with human resources and data management challenges, we have issues there too. And I think that putting together a committee is great, but we need to focus on, maybe not focus is the right word, but we also need to incorporate the whole aspect of the district. There's some good things in here about having meetings with entire staffs. The ones on the ground doing the work need to have their input too. There's talk about those meetings are reoccurring. They don't happen once a year. And training, even for people who've been here for decades, there needs to be constant training. Unfortunately, during the first time we hit a big budget crisis, our response was to cut at the district office. And I think that really seemed like a great idea at the time because we were keeping cuts away from classrooms. Eventually, that tiny group gets tired. And things don't always happen the way they should. I'm not making excuses, but it's time to, get back and get everybody on the bandwagon, which is why I like your committee idea, thank you, and get everybody on the bandwagon because everybody has a role to play. It's not just fiscal that we're focusing on. It needs to be district office across the board. And I think there's some good examples of how to run things effectively. So just my 2 cents.
If I may just comment on a couple of things that I want to applaud you for bringing up. I heard continuous improvement. We fix this and it'll be fixed forever. That's not going to happen. That's how you got here. And so a mindset of continuous improvement and involvement of staff in that continuous improvement is the road to success. And it'll constantly need to be updated and changed and adapted as new requirements come on. They're always putting new requirements on, new reporting things, maybe things that are internally that the board or the superintendent want reported information. And so you need to adapt to that and continuously improve. The district shouldn't look like it does today in 5 years. It should look differently. And I don't know what that is. I wish I could give you that roadmap, but and every district's going to be different. But that these broad job descriptions with specific desk duties, so that allows you to adapt, and your staff will appreciate that ability to adapt as well. And I think just an intentful plan as you go into this, with the intent is to to bring the pride and the best and the trust back into, if any wavering of trust or pride back into Burbank, and be able to, you've got the people on board and with some vacancies, but you've got people on board that are wanting to do that, and involve them, but give them that roadmap to do so.
Mr. Ferguson?
Thank you so much. For members of our community, school services has a pretty incredible reputation for doing excellent fiscal work. I mean, and analysis, and offering that for school districts to kind of operate off of with our budget, and how the state budget impacts local budgets, all of it. Part of this, I'm going to start, I'm just kind of asking of you to pass along to colleagues, et cetera. All the state we find is in declining enrollment, right? Generally, the population for our youngest little ones are not as numerous as they once were in this state. And so as a result, all districts are now, not all districts, but some districts are going through declining enrollment. Ours is. That obviously is going to come with very huge challenges as it relates to the budget, right? We now see a statewide deficit that, you're going to have state legislators go, hey, it's declining enrollment. It's time to cut education, right? And so, yes, go ahead.
I need to. It's actually helps you on a per student revenue basis.
Great.
Because the state is required to put 40%. There's three different tests. So much into education. So declining enrollment actually allows for a greater COLA than they would have had the statewide been growing, because the money is divided by less.
Sure.
So, but you're feeling the impact. The net benefit is not felt because you have that declining enrollment.
Yeah, exactly. I'm still going to potentially have to close a school or two. Right. And how do I explain that to the constituents of this community, right? Ultimately, who we're elected by, and now we're in districts, so there's more regional focus. So it's complicated, and so local politics is complicated in that way because you are accountable. And you're accountable in the grocery store, at CVS, when you're feeling great and when you're not. And more than anything, it's because we're talking about kids. So it would be really helpful that if school services continue to kind of put out supports, and as we go through these moments, how do you close a school financially, potentially, and really make the most impact so we don't have to close more schools? That counts. Those are helpful things, because there are many colleagues here. We had high turnover. That was a big deal. But who's closed a school here? Right. There's not going to be a ton of experience in that front. So your expertise would be helpful as we navigate those moments. Go ahead.
We work closely with school services, but we are not school services.
Right.
Just for clarification, just to make sure.
Right. That's right.
And we
so
work
school services, if you can hear that.
and again, we don't compete. We're if they want to do the work or we do the work, is some things that on the management assistance, we do a lot of work together.
Great.
But yeah, it's one of the game. Our CEO Mike Fine has been in front of talking about this declining enrollment for about a year and a half now, and coming off of COVID, there was a different there was a different calculation for ADA to kind of help districts manage that, because COVID hit districts differently,
right?
But hit all districts in a sense. And so there's been relief items put in there. What I would say to that, and I would take that and we'll carry that message, but remind us.
Yeah.
Remind us remind your county office, remind, obviously this district, remind the board, remind the community that these challenges exist. And if you're not confronted with them today, project down the road and when will it come and when, what that impact is. Nobody wants to lose a community school. I'll tell you that right now.
Changes the community.
It disrupts it. And, you've got legacy at every school, and I went there, and,
Right.
and there's a lot of pride behind that. Just dealt with the school district that closed a school, and it was a prior superintendent that the school was named after. And they brought him in and talked to him about this, and they said, can I just have the picture off the wall?
Wow.
And that's how giving they were about that, and then helped facilitate that communication to the neighboring districts and the community. I mean, not the districts, the community, so that to build up the neighboring schools and saying it will be okay. But it is a tough thing.
And the only other ask I have of you is, obviously we are 5 members of a community. Our education matters on this front too. If we don't know what we're talking about, we don't know. I mean, I am so grateful for the Masters in Governance courses because it really took me line by line. Some have taken it, some haven't. And so how do you, if there are any other sources for education, LA County School Trustees Association, I went through their master's, their leadership program. If there are any programs like that that can help with kind of trustee financial literacy, that would be huge, or that you recommend.
One resource that FCMET has, fcmet.org, plugging our website. We don't make money on it, but every day we publish headlines from across the state. Okay, so you can hear and see what other challenges are across the state and learn from them. We also publish all of our reports, and they're categorized: management assistance, fraud reports, and the fiscal distress reports. Go through those. The recommendations that are given to Burbank can help another district, and the recommendations that I have recently made to, or my team has recently made to other districts can be helpful. We're about ready to publish a food services report. Who could be benefit from food services improvements and efficiencies, right? Facilities and those type of things. So we're constantly doing that and borrow those best practices. We publish them. And so the other thing is, and I reference it in the report, we have a master list of accountability things that it's an extensive list that we use for our comprehensive reviews. And when I say comprehensive reviews, those that have borrowed money from the state. And we go through this comprehensive review. There's standards that we publish with that. Go through that as a checklist. Look and make sure that you're familiar, you know where your district stands in those capacities.
I just had a couple of follow-ups. So the first thing I just wanted to say, in case anyone watching is freaking out, we're not closing schools right now.
Sorry, we may have.
There are a great many possibilities as we still struggle with declining enrollment, right? Like, these are conversations we have to have, but I also just want to say that, like, not this year, not next year, like for the foreseeable future, it's good to bring it up. I just don't want the community to be like, wait, which schools are being closed? Not to discredit your concern, because it's valid.
Totally.
So one of the questions I have, and I appreciate the report as well, I read it multiple times to try to get it, but it seems like there's sort of 3 big buckets, right? Codifying procedures, providing training for staff, and updating our systems. And one of the challenges, I think, and this is sort of to everybody, is that these issues predate, I think, everybody who is now tasked with the job of fixing them, right? And so that's one of the big challenges. And I think one of the things, and correct me if I'm wrong, that we are finding out on a weekly, monthly basis is how many things need to be fixed. And so one of the things that I wonder about is sort of triaging this as far as, like, what are the things that we absolutely, and I'm sure Mr. Cantwell and your team kind of already know this, but what are the things we need to tackle first? Like, what are the apps? Because somebody like me who is not a fiscal person, I'm reading all this and I'm like, oh my God, everything's on fire. Like, we have to fix everything right now. So having a sense of what are the areas we're going to attack first? What are the things that really need to be addressed? And so I think what that speaks to is having an opportunity for, and I think we need to talk about like how much work this would be as well, but like, can we have somebody come back once a month and share out sort of this is our timeline, right? Like these are the things that we are going to be working on right away. And then here's where we are. And it could be like, oh, there's not been a ton of progress, but we're still moving towards this goal. I think for me as a board member, that education would be really important. And I think for the community. So I'm wondering, I don't know if you can speak to this, but also, you know, we want to make sure our community sees. And I think thus far we've done a really solid job of being transparent and communicative, but the community members can kind of see this process. So if you have recommendations of ways that you, like best practices, ways you've seen that communicated, and I think not only to the community and to the board, but I really thought the point you made about involving everyone in this conversation was really powerful. And so how we can also share this information internally. So if whether it's on the website or you've just sort of seen people do this in a way that's been effective, that's a question I have.
Yeah. I wish I had a quick and easy answer for that.
I don't expect one, so it's okay.
You know, in resolving these issues, some of it is timing. Right now, in the middle of budget development.
Right.
Today, you're going to get, I saw that the second interim is on. That's budget monitoring. And so where are we at the status, and you know, what assumptions are we building into the budget, and the communication on that. Obviously, position control is a huge component, and I'm just kind of speaking to the different sections that we reviewed. And so that needs to be a solid process because it's such a big impact in both budget monitoring and budget development.
Yep.
And so it's spinning a lot of plates at the same time. And I think that communication internally with staff, not only administration, but actual front desk staff, and then bringing that communication here and celebrating the successes as you have them. I mean, people like to see that progress, and progress gets momentum. And so that's kind of my offhand response to that.
That's helpful.
You've got you know, real-time, real-world things that are happening right now in the district. Do you know the status? And communicate that, you know. I don't, you know, I know second interim's coming today, but do you know where budget is in the development process? And those type of things. So it's a constant communication. Staff should know that, and I'm not trying to put, you know, but staff should be aware of that and realize that these things are happening, and then that should be communicated up to you.
Dr. Akanya?
And I completely agree with you. I think also it is important for us to maybe go historically back in terms of projections and what we've seen in the past. Because again, the state budget, you know how it is. It's a budgeting nightmare because you know, depending on where we are and what the governor decides. But I think also some of us already know what's there already, and I think also, you know, as we're expanding into, you know, other areas, you know, we've talked about grant writing, getting additional funding, having now an official nonprofit kind of coming in if we need to, with what we have already established in the district with our arts association. I think those things are important as well, but I think I would like to at least see kind of a what's happening right now in terms of not so much budget as well, but also, you know, kind of looking at accounts receivable, payables, just to see what the projections are, even the cash flow, you know, where we are right now, just to kind of get an idea, you know, because there is a cap in terms of reserves, and people always talk about it. Well, you have reserves, you have caps, but also, you know, as things change, also the demographics change. You know, the income levels are changing.
Right.
You know, I think those are also projections that I think it's not that complicated to figure out, but I would like to see that maybe every month kind of give us an oversight of where we are in terms of our budget, and that will help some of us as well, because some of us can read through it pretty quickly.
So just to go back a little bit. Something that I think we can talk briefly about tonight, but perhaps, you know, have it come back at our next meeting is just the reporting out, right? Like what is going to be the frequency and system we can put into place that isn't going to overburden staff because we know we're still down many people, but that informed us. And I also don't want it, I want the tone to be one of keeping us informed, not of us like babysitting, right? Because you are all experts in your field. You know what you're doing. I think for me, it's education, right? So, okay, we've decided this is the order in which we're going to be attacking things. We'll come back once a month and we'll give you a report on where we are. You can ask questions. I'm sure there are other things that perhaps could be circulated internally, just sort of the nitty gritty of it. But I think for me, the thing that's most important is that we're getting sort of that consistent feedback, and that however we can disseminate that to the larger community and internally, and again, like I don't think maybe I'm wrong. I don't think the larger community needs the minute details. I think they need to know this is the way we've prioritized. This is our general timeline for when we think we're going to achieve this. Here's where we are in that. Oh, we maybe need a little more time. Here's why. So that we are just being transparent about this process, because I think the report does a very good job of really distilling down, these are the major areas. And so for me, I think it's sort of the broader education for both the community, well, three things, the board, and then internally our BUSD community, because I do think it's important that the more informed everyone is, the stronger the partnership is going to be. So I think that we can talk, maybe we can just bring this back at the next meeting to talk about what we think a realistic sort of reporting timeline is to keep everyone informed. And certainly in light of the later bond discussion, I think more important than ever to be speaking to the sort of fiscal responsibility that we're exercising right now.
We can do that.
Great.
I don't have a problem with that.
And I just want to know what's too much.
Too much information can be as opaque as no
Nope.
information.
Absolutely.
You got to have that. You got to hit the sweet spot with it. So.
Yes.
And
In another life, in another business world, I was pretty impressed with the screen on recommendations for budget monitoring. I'm pretty sure if you're doing those things on a regular basis as monthly, it's fairly easy to revise your budget and work through cash on hand, et cetera. In another life, when I worked for a CPA, most of our large corporations, which we are, did quarterly financial statements, which I wouldn't imagine would be too difficult and should be a fairly easy, quick board report, just kind of, here we are.
Yeah.
Quarterly. It's kind of a generic time frame.
Well, and I want to.
Interim reports somewhat do that.
Yeah.
That's their intent.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
That's their intent.
Yeah.
Thank you. It seems like, Dr. Agakanian was on board with your idea as well. So, everybody's echoing it, and I think more reports are necessary. The one thing I do ask is that we just put it in one place, that whatever that page is, the reports, one website, one location that we can all use to reference as we are out there in the community, as people come up with questions. We don't need to over-report, but just if we can have one landing place, so that way we're not getting PRA'd for everything, Public Records Act requests. We just don't need it. We can put it all in one place and be done, and not drown people in it.
Yeah, I like that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest, I make up based on what you've told me about even the last couple months with new staff, that you've got a project plan of these are the 12 most important things, or whatever the number is that I've taken from this FICMAT this report that I'm trying to implement, right? And so even if it's just, these are the 12 things, this is when, because I think a lot of them are essentially like process improvement, and it's not going to be, hey, did you guys run your payroll? But
That's
it's,
right.
hey, I've implemented my new payroll process,
Right.
or whatever process it is, and, I'm visualizing here. If I can cast a vision for a report, it would be like, here are my 12 things. Here's when I think I'm going to have them done.
Right.
And here's the status that you're giving us. And maybe that's going on consent calendar, and maybe that would be helpful for you and your team to kind of track progress. I don't think it needs to be super complicated, because what I was initially starting to think about was even the way that we report back on facilities bonds funds, right? Where we say
Right.
these are notices of completion. Maybe is on that kind of cadence of, hey, these are the 12 things I'm going to do, and I'm going to let you know when they're done and that I did them on time, or that whatever the struggle was, right? So, yeah, I mean, I think that's it. I'd love to see what the highlights are, because I don't think we want to go too detailed, and I don't think we need to be saying like, did you run your AP process every month?
Yeah, and I would say too, I think eventually moving it to consent makes a lot of sense. I think initially, just like the larger bucket, like here's the the sort of steps that I think is worth doing. And then I think consent makes a heck of a lot of sense, because at some point we're just going to get into a rhythm of it, and we're not going to need it to be as forward facing.
That was my comment. Yeah, absolutely. Could
Hey,
we agree with
twinsies.
her? Twinsies.
Anything else? Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. I just commend you on your engagement at all levels. It's a pleasure to work with the Burbank Unified School District, with the trustees, the superintendent, assistant superintendents. I've met with all of them when we were here, and staff, and it's just refreshing to see how much they all care. I will say that's unique in this district as compared to others, and just welcoming to fix things. Even new staff were like, yeah, I know we can do better, and empower them to have a voice and communicate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Way to go, team. We are going to move to a new and/or unfinished business. 11A, adoption of Resolution 19, recognizing Cesar Chavez Day on March 31st, 2024. Can I have a motion and a second? Moved by Dr. Agakanian, I'll second. All board members in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? The motion, okay, so motion carries 5-0. Dr. Paramo. Is this the book? So just to remind the community that what I asked, and hope it's not too much of a pain, is that we've asked our phenomenal library coordinators to make book recommendations whenever we have a proclamation or a resolution. And so we're going to have 2 rounds today, which is awesome. Recommendations for Cesar Chavez Day, and then we will have another one when we get to, hold on, I'm going to make sure I'm reading it. Autism Acceptance Month. So I'm really excited about this. And Dr. Promo.
Yes, if I can have the slide, please. So I want to thank our library staff at our district, and also Dr. Linda Young for putting this together. Specific to Cesar Chavez, we have a book here, Harvesting Hope, and it is a book that you can find in the elementary that my understanding from our folks on the site is very well circulated. So during Cesar Chavez Month, there's also a push for Latino, Hispanic literature in general, and that opens up a whole plethora of options for our secondary kids. So many powerful pieces. In particular, I know at the high school during this month, we would focus a lot on some of the work of Cisneros, and Under the Feet of Jesus, which is Viramontes, which is powerful literature. But in specific to Cesar Chavez, this was our book recommendation, and I want to encourage our public, in particular our young folks, to check this book out and to take a look at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Promo. Dr. Agakanian.
Dr. Weisberg, first of all, I love the idea, and it's wonderful.
Thanks.
I think this is a great tradition that we're starting. But I know that we pass resolutions all the time, but I also want to remind our viewers and all the parents and our students that the struggles still continue. Farm workers are still struggling. This is something that's happening on a daily basis. Mm-hmm. So I know that it is important for us to remember, but also it's important for us to enact in terms of what's happening also as well right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ponser-Kamkar, would you read the resolution?
Absolutely. Thank you. Resolution 19, recognizing Cesar Chavez Day on March 31st, 2024. Whereas California has established an official holiday, Cesar Chavez Day, to honor Latino labor leader Cesar Chavez, and whereas Cesar Chavez Day is intended to promote education, celebration, and service to the communities of California in honor of Chavez's life and work, and whereas Cesar Chavez was a great leader who fought injustice and created a coalition for civil rights, battling racial and economic discrimination against Chicano residents, and whereas Cesar Chavez, adhering to the principles of nonviolence, co-founded the National Farm Workers Association alongside Dolores Huerta, highlighting the important role women have played in every civil rights struggle and labor movement, and whereas Cesar Chavez was instrumental in the development of the 1975 Agricultural Labor Relations Act, which assisted farm workers in receiving higher pay, family health coverage, pension benefits, and other contract provisions, and whereas Cesar Chavez in 1994 became the first Mexican-American recipient of the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest civilian honor awarded in the United States of America. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Burbank Unified School District hereby recognizes Cesar Chavez and the celebration of Cesar Chavez Day on March 31st, 2024.
Beautifully read. Thank you. We are going to move to 11B, adoption of Resolution 20, proclaiming April 2024 as Autism Acceptance Month. Can I get a motion and a second?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Ferguson, seconded by Ms. Ponser Kamkar. All board members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries 5-0 as presented. Dr. Knappich, our book recommendations.
I'm assuming it would be 5-1 read across America.
Nah, I'm up.
If I could have the slide. Our first recommendation, and I'll do the slideshow, sorry. Is The Girl Who Thought in Pictures, a story by Temple Grandin. And if you've read this book, you'll see that it's about ideas. It's about bringing in thoughts. It's about getting kids excited about all the kinds of possibilities there are in the world. So, wonderful book. A couple more books. A Boy Called Bat, which is very, very popular. I know I've read it at Read Across America Day at a couple of schools. Tornado Brain by Kat Patrick. The Curious Incident of the Dog in the Nighttime. I bet it's a great book. And that's all we have for this evening.
Thank
Couple
you.
samples.
And to clarify too, the books, we asked for the book selections to be elementary, middle, and high. So there's a wide variety of reading levels and grade levels. So thank you again to the phenomenal library coordinators and to Dr. Knappich. And who else has been involved in helping make this happen? Oh, and Dr. Young.
If we could keep these titles, again, on the school board page, it's the school board book club or whatever it is.
I was going to ask if we
aggregate
can
that.
have these up. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
If no, so who? Yeah.
Excellent.
Do you have it up?
I do.
Great.
I do. It wasn't the error like last time, so thank you. First, I will say, if we can also flag, next month is Genocide Remembrance Month, officially in the state of California, so that, and then we have also an Armenian Genocide Resolution that tends to come up so as well. So I would just want to make sure that we're covering, as there's many Days of Remembrance as well, all coming up in the month of April, and all obviously are very significant to those communities impacted. So I want to make sure, and Dr. Weisberg is on it, but just wanted to flag those again. Before reading Burbank Unified School District Resolution 20, proclaiming April 2024 as Autism Acceptance Month. Whereas autism spectrum disorder, ASD, or autism is a developmental disorder typically diagnosed during the first 3 years of life, often leading to significant communication, social, and behavioral challenges. And whereas in 2023, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention released data on the prevalence of autism in the United States, the Autism and Developmental Disabilities Monitoring Network identified about 1 in every 36 children as autistic, 1 in every 36 children. Whereas autism is diagnosed nearly 4 times more often in boys than girls, but can affect anyone, regardless of race, ethnicity, or other factors. And whereas early diagnosis, acceptance, and an introduction to autistic culture can lead to an increase in self-acceptance, pride, community, and support. And whereas autistic individuals often benefit from specialized and community support services to ensure their health and safety, and to support families' resilience as they manage the potential psychological and financial challenges autism can present, which are very significant. And whereas Burbank Unified School District is dedicated to developing and sustaining programs and resources that support autistic students and their families. And whereas the Burbank Unified School District employs qualified and caring individuals who strive to support autistic students and their families. And whereas April 2024 is designated as Autism Acceptance Month to increase public support for acceptance of autistic individuals and their family members, educators, and other professionals who care for them. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education recognizes Autism Acceptance Month from April 1st to April 30th, with our thanks to Ms. Collins for her help in authorship in this.
Thank you so much for, again, a beautiful reading. I should have brought this up. It's not really a change to the agenda, but with board consent, I'd like to move 11F, the resolution for Read Across America Day, up to right now. Is anybody opposed to that? Okay. Nope. So then we're just going to bop over to 11F, adoption of Resolution 24 proclaiming March 8th, 2024 as Read Across America Day. May I have a motion and a second? Moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Ms. Ponser-Kamkar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No opposition. Motion carries 5-0. Ms. Ponser-Kamkar, looks like you have been voluntold
I
to
have
read
been
the
voluntold,
resolution.
which is, I like to read. It's all
Who
good.
does? Read Across America, you
I
would
know.
say?
I will read all the way across America. Resolution 24 proclaiming March 8th, 2024, that's tomorrow, as Burbank Unified School District's 2023-2024 Read Across America Day. Whereas reading is a catalyst for our students' future academic success, preparation for American jobs of the future, and our students' future ability to compete in the global market. Whereas the Burbank School Board has provided significant leadership in the area of community involvement in the education of our youth, grounded in the principle that educational investment is key to the community's well-being and long-term quality of life. Whereas Read Across America, a national celebration that promotes reading and adult involvement in the education of our community students. Whereas Read Across America brings the joys of reading to children of all ages. Now therefore be it resolved that March 8th, 2024 be recognized as Read Across America Day in the Burbank Unified School District.
Thank you so much, Clerk Ponser-Kamkar. We are going to move now to 11C, adoption of Resolution 21 for the elimination or reduction in classified positions.
So moved.
Okay. Can I have a second? Moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Ms. Ponser-Kamkar. Conversation first.
Yeah,
Can we get a report on? Sure.
Yeah, can we get a report?
Yeah. It's obviously a difficult item, so I want to make sure, and that.
The next three items are going to be
100%.
difficult.
Right, so we have a variety of positions listed in Exhibit A for the classified positions. This is either due to lack of work or lack of funds. We have some positions that are being eliminated at the top of the page for intervention specialists, some of paraeducator at children's centers, severely impaired. Some of these positions, while they're being eliminated, it's really just based on some of the names of some of the positions, and so there are places for all of these employees at other positions within the district that we've been saving for them, so we're happy to report that all of them will be in another position. We also have the very first one, the behavior interventionist reduction. That's just a reduction actually that occurred previously. Sort of a year ago, we saved them, and we have to wait now to March 15th to get them on the resolution. As you know, we've been talking about the elementary library coordinators as part of the LCAP funding, and we have some paraeducators at our children's centers. Again, these are just small because of declining enrollment. They're little reductions in their time.
I think it could be helpful, and again, I always say this with the caveat of please let me know how much work this would be. Mm-hmm. If we could sort of, and I always want to say, well, if you've gone to LCAP or if you've come to the board meetings, but we know that a lot of people can't do that. or choose not to. I wonder if there's a way to present a sort of like overview of, a sort of what you just said, which is like these positions that have been eliminated, they're actually being, they're moving to a different school site, or it's due to a title change, or, with library coordinator, it's a reduction of hours, not an elimination of, these are still painful cuts, but I do think that for the community to understand a little, and both within BUSD and just outside of it, what these because it's, if you're not sort of in the middle of it, it's really hard to understand what this means. It looks like everybody's fired, right?
Yes.
And even though we know, like I said, these are painful, I think if there's a way to do a sort of general overview of this is what this means, I think that could be really, really helpful for the community. Again, I will admit, I don't know how much work that would take, but I do think it would be hugely beneficial for people to better understand what's leaving, what's changing, and what's being reduced. Does that feel?
No, that's totally doable.
Okay.
And level of service, how it's impacted.
Yeah. I mean, I think what we want to say, to your point, just because a position is being eliminated doesn't mean that children aren't still going to receive the care that they need. It just means that perhaps there aren't enough students to equal the number of people that we have in that slot. So I think that kind of thing, I think it's important to reassure our community that we're not, yes, these cuts are devastating because we know these are people who have dedicated love and time and energy to the district and to our kiddos, that we're not putting our students at risk. So yeah, Ms. Ponser-Kamkar.
Thank you. Yes, I co-sign all of that in terms of getting the getting the detail about what the true impacts of this are outside of budget. I'm tremendously disappointed, not in us, but in the situation that we find ourselves in, that we're having to reduce library coordinator hours. I know it's not a full reduction in positions. I know it's partial, right? Dr. Knappich and I met with the library coordinators after I think it was the first LCAP meeting. And we heard from a lot of parents after that first LCAP meeting that really feel strongly that students having access to the library, having access to professionals in that space is really important to them. And so, I know we have to do this, and I know, Dr. Promo, that you looked at this every 7 ways from Sunday and talked to principals about what, any cut was going to be hard. And so I trust that process. I'm just like registering my sadness about it, I guess. And saying that, like, I would love if there is a change in our budget, right? Because often we have to do this because there's a timeline associated with it, right? That's why we're doing this in March and not in July, because we are legally obligated to provide a certain amount of notice to folks. And so this doesn't always come to pass, right? And I would just like register my vote that, if at all possible, if the financial situation changes in a way that we do not expect it to, but were it to be true, I would love to see those positions come back or find another way to fund them.
I would like to just provide a little context on the topic in the spirit of making the public aware of these positions and the cuts that were announced in this report. We had a very robust LCAP process, and I know that not everybody can participate in that. And in that process, we had to identify areas in which we needed to cut. The cuts were quite deep, although the target was 1.2 million. In order to provide services for English language learners, we needed to cut deeper than that, and we cut in the neighborhood of $1.6 million. Out of all the cuts in the LCAP, the library coordinators was the most difficult for me personally. I was an English teacher for a long time. I want to point out to the community that every single district staff member sitting at the table and those behind me were teachers in a classroom. And none of us want to do this. Even our CBO was a teacher in a classroom. We don't want, this is not my first choice. It was originally brought forward at a 50% reduction. We cut secondary summer school and I decided to outsource that so that we could provide more for the elementary library coordinators. The reduction at the moment is at 75%. If there is, and sometimes there is, if there is carryover dollars that we identify at the end of this process, which usually comes in May, then we will supplement that again. Don't want this, I don't want it to be cut at all. I'm hoping we might get this to 85%, 90%, fully funded, and it's not going to be as big a hit as it looks right now. These are tentative. It doesn't become final until the end of the year, but we needed to put that out and we needed to be public about it. So when you see all those positions for library coordinators, those individuals are still in their jobs. What we have identified is a reduction in the number of hours that they will be working, and I'm hoping to offset that when we get to the final point of LCAP in the spring.
Thank you, Dr. Paramo. Just to sort of reiterate, I do think it's important to highlight that we started at a much higher percentage and we're able to reduce it down, and that, you know, that you have met multiple times, as has Dr. Knappich, with our phenomenal library coordinators. And at no point should this be seen as a reprimand of the job that they do or the quality and skill that they possess. This isn't about that. And of course, you know, we're all human. It feels that way when someone reduces the time that you spend when it's already not enough, right? I mean, I think we can say that even when our library coordinators are fully funded, it's still not enough. Two things, correct me if I'm wrong, neither ideal. Thing one is that PTAs can raise money for library staff. I know we can use Title I funds for intervention specialists. Can Title I funds be used for library coordinators? Yes, they can. So again, it's not ideal that we have to ask people to fund things. I think this break, could you talk really, really briefly of this broken down as how many hours of reduced time?
Yeah, it depends on the school. Mm-hmm. The hours for the library coordinator correspond to the ADA at each of the schools. So a school like Miller has a lot more hours, and so reducing it by 25% is probably a couple hours. That's off the top of my head. A school like Disney has smaller ADA, and so the hours for that position is a little bit lower. But all of it's going to hurt, and I know that. And we're trying to work hard to try to mitigate that. And I'm hoping that in May, this will look a little different.
Yeah.
I can't promise that, but it is a top priority.
Thank you, Dr. Paramo. Yeah, I mean, we'll see where we end up, but we recognize that this isn't ideal. None of it's ideal, but the number of times, you know, we've all gone through this budget with a fine-tooth comb, looked at it again, figured out what we could do differently. I mean, these are human beings who are doing phenomenal work, often with not the resources they need to do that work. And so it is a sort of a further indignity when you say we also have to do this. But I think have to those are the operative words, right? We don't want to, we don't like it, we don't kind of, sort of, we have to. And that's where we find ourselves.
That's right.
Mr. Ferguson, Dr. Agakanian. Oh, wait, Ms. Tabbitt. Sorry, she was waiting.
No.
That's okay. That's
wait.
okay. Just some clarification for those of us for anyone who is not understanding some of these. Our library coordinators, is their daily hours being reduced or only their length of employment? So they go from 10 months to 9 months?
Daily hours.
Daily hours. Okay. And then paraeducators at a children's center, special ed starts at 3.
For these positions, I just want to clarify, these people are actually already working in these hours. So this is just one of those catch-up things that we have to catch up and put on the March 13th.
That makes a big difference.
Yeah, so these people already have sort of been with the effect of this. It's just now this is the official reporting of it. So all of those people at the bottom, they're not actually being reduced. They're already working in those hours.
Thank you. Mr. Ferguson, then Dr.
Yeah.
Agakanian.
First, just thank you, Dr. Weisberg, because I think we've really got to put this in context, that these are months-long conversations, even years, frankly, where we are starting to talk about a glide path budgetarily that we have to observe. I was talking with Ms. Ponser-Kamkar a little bit. We had coffee, and there, yeah, we had a Starbucks. Oops. But one of the conversations that I think, and everybody's been a part of this at one time or another, so it's not unique to us, but we need to start understanding where this could be going. We have demographers who have told us what it looks like, dollars and cents. We need to know what cutting to that number looks like, so we can preview that for our community. I think it is really wise to ask for, what does this look like from a service perspective? How does this impact kids? I think that's critical, because that's what we used to really struggle with, frankly, is saying, what was the impact to kids? And parents would then discover that and get frustrated. The board, you name it, and going, what the heck? So I'd like to get ahead of that. I'd like to be able to preview, frankly, again, not in this doomsday scenario, but this is the reality. And we do a really good job into HR and to fiscal service and to our superintendent and everybody involved in this. We do, and our site principals, frankly, who are taking on shifting responsibilities, you name it. We do a great job of trying to reduce these eliminations as much as possible. But we are running out of deck chairs to play musical chairs with. And eventually, I'm thrilled to hear that nobody is, everybody's going to be placed. But we've been in budget cuts before where that hasn't been the case. And we live with these names. We all know who that library coordinator is. We all know that person. Some of you gave Christmas gifts to them or holiday gifts to them, or, there's real connection here. So to the community, we are getting closer to that line. We've reported out, we've tried to communicate, we've tried to seek new revenues. That's why the next conversation is even more critical. So I want to outline that just to emphasize, I think, Dr. Weisberg's point. This has been talked about, but more than anything, this has been struggled over. Dr. Paramo and others, I have seen really, not in any sense removed from the importance of these decisions. So to HR, to everybody who has worked collaboratively with our site principals, there are going to continue to be site impacts. We have to do everything we can to stop them, but until then, we have to face this reality, or else the guy who just came to our podium comes back with a much different prescription, one that dissolves basically the board's authority to make any decisions, any prioritization, and one that ultimately means our superintendent, CBO, fired unilaterally. That's what this looks like, folks. So we are trying to avoid that, and that's why we make these cuts. So just to paint where this could be if we don't do these cuts. So, but I hear Ms. Ponser-Kamkar as well in mourning these positions. So thank you.
I just want to thank you for saying that, and thank the board for identifying that, because this has been a struggle for our team for the last 8 months, trying to get to this point, and it is very difficult. And it is great. It's great to hear that some of our employees are simply moving to another position. I don't know that that's going to be the case next year or the following year, because we are cutting to the point where there's nothing left to cut. And so we could get to the point where we're cutting and people don't have a reassignment. And that's the reality we're in. And that's what I'm trying to reconcile for myself as a leader of the district moving forward, because that's what the landscape looks like.
Thank you. And Mr. Richenko, thank you for clarification, because again, a lot of people thought we just woke up this morning and we're like, we're going to do this. And I know you earlier told our viewers that they're there, they know this is something that I've been working on. But I think also, again, we're talking about budgets here, we're talking about numbers here. This is the reality of it. I think what I would also like to see is, I know similar districts who have come with creative ways of coming up with some additional funding to fill in some of these positions. And I think this, more than ever, I think this is the time for reaching out to our community, our business partners, and some of the other institutions out there. Try to see how we can come up with more creative ways. I know some districts that their nonprofit foundation is literally filling in some of the gaps. I won't mention the districts, but it is a reality of what Burbank is. Middle-class community, we're not LA Unified, we don't get that additional funding, nor are we like San Marino where, there's plenty of funding. So I think as difficult as it is, we've been in similar situations, but I think I will finish with this. It's difficult because we're a family here, and that's one thing people forget about Burbank when they talk about the quality of education. It is difficult for all of us to make these decisions. It is what we were elected to do. We have to, make decisions. But I think more important when we talk about value and value of properties, and it's the beauty of Burbank, not only the city being a little small town, even though it's big, but also the district being this family. So for individuals who are listening out there, we are open for partnerships, creative ways of trying to figure this out, or else we'll be having this conversation over and over. And it's not going to get pretty, let me put it this way, with the state budget. I can tell you right now, we're not getting where we're supposed to. But I think maybe finally we can come up with some creative solutions to put an end to this conversation. Thank you.
Ms. Ponser-Kamkar?
Thank you. I did want to say that this is coming not at the end, because we haven't approved LCAP yet. But a lot of this is coming out of those conversations. And I want to recognize Dr. Promo and Dr. Knapik and Dr. Anders for, I think a very effective, in terms of engaging with the community, a very effective LCAP process this year. I joined the calls last year. I certainly saw a lot more attention paid, a lot more involvement, and part of that is it's the first year of a 3-year plan, obviously. So there's a lot more room to play, or not, as it were. But I do think that we've done the work here in terms of talking to people. Yeah. I've heard numerous people, really commend Dr. Promo, Dr. Cantwell, the whole team for being as transparent as you possibly can be with the situation that we're in, and how we're making decisions, and how being open to ideas that other folks bring. And so while this is, as Mr. Ferguson said, I'm a little in mourning about this particular piece. I want to recognize you for putting in the work here, because I know you had a lot of hard conversations with folks, and we certainly all did too. And they're not going to stop, but it was the right way to go about it. So thank you.
I also just wanted to say quickly that when we read the motion out, I did not say the motion carried as amended, because this was an amended. We didn't vote.
Yes, we haven't.
But I already got the motion.
That's right.
Do we need to withdraw and redraw?
Just amended? Yeah.
As amended.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Good work. Yeah, still, yeah. Any other conversation before we vote? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 No opposition. The motion carries 5-0 as amended. 11D, adoption of Resolution 22 for the elimination or reduction in certificated children's center positions.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Ferguson. A second? Seconded by Clerk Ponser-Kamkar. Any conversation? A brief report would be wonderful, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so these positions are being recommended due to a change of the kindergarten. Part of this is the kindergarten transition, so now that we'll have kindergarten longer, an extended day. Most of these people that are affected are the ATB teachers, the after-school program, around the bell program, and so there's a 1-hour gap that they won't be needed because the children will be in school. However, we have an MOU with BTA that states that ATB teachers will maintain their same current number of hours. So they're on here as a reduction in their position because they will have an hour reduced that's not in the exact position as ATB. And for that other hour of their position that's not being eliminated, they will be doing something different or something to fill in so that they don't, I know it's kind of really confusing, right? So that they still will have their same number of hours. So if I was an 8-hour ATB person, I have an elimination here for 7 hours, but I'm going to regain that 1 hour doing something else in that position to support maybe kindergarten, to support in another area. Maybe I'm going to support a particular student, some kind of work they're going to do to support them in that position.
And I think this is another example of how we can concisely sort of share, especially, or not especially, but we have so many BUSD staff whose kiddos go to Around the Bell. And so just making sure we have quick clarification on that list of, I mean, I'll say the same thing for our certificated employee reductions. Just, you know, a clear sort of overview, I think, is going to be really helpful so people will understand exactly what you just said.
I will tell you, we have met with the ATB teachers. We actually even talked to them today with BTA because this one was a little different because of the MOU. So it's not just a kind of your typical reduction of hours. There are also 2 other children's center teachers on here, and this is due to a lack of, students, not as many students in the children's center that might be coming to our schools. So as we spoke to them today, we don't have all of the enrollment in as far as who's going to be enrolled in the ATB program. As you recall, these are preliminary layoffs. So as enrollment comes in, as funds come in, things can change between now and May 15th.
And I imagine that they might, just given the anecdotal evidence I have from the texts I get about how do I get off the ATB wait list from folks. My understanding is that it's fairly oversubscribed, especially at the kind of TK kindergarten level. But I say all that to say also that it's kind of exciting to me that these folks are going to be able to potentially support our kinders in their extra hour that they're getting. As a ATB parent, our staff at Disney has always been amazing, right? And just really excited to see actually more kiddos get exposure to wonderful Miss Jocelyn and Miss Jill and all those folks. So thank you for your problem solving on this and creative thinking.
Thank you. Any other conversation? Seeing none. All board members in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Please say aye.
Aye. Caucus meeting.
They were caucusing. No opposition. Motion carries 5-0. Moving on to 11E, adoption of Resolution 23 to decrease the number of certificated employees due to a reduction in particular kinds of service. May I have a motion and a second? Moved by Ms. Ponser-Kamkar.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Tabbitt. Brief report, milady.
Sure. These are certificated folks in particular kinds of service, meaning their particular specific job. So again, some of these are on here. These are all, some of them relate to CDS and ILA and particular changes in those programs. As far as our teachers, we have 13 teachers that are listed on here. I'm happy to report that already we just got a retirement in. I didn't amend the report, but we just got a retirement in, so there's one less person that will be receiving a letter. So we actually have 12 teachers that are affected by this. This is at the secondary level, and as you know, that Mr. Cantwell reported before, we thought this was going to be about 29 teachers based on declining enrollment and projections, and so the fact that we had some early retirements and separations, it brought us down to 12 teachers. So while we don't want to have 12 teachers, we're hopeful that as through attrition and different things, we can kind of call some of these people back. And hopefully with increased enrollment, there might be some opportunities.
I just want to add some context to this. As it pertains to the Independent Learning Academy, that is an alternative school that our kids have a choice to sign up for, and that has seen declining enrollment as well. We started the year with 12 teachers and realized very quickly that it was overstaffed. So what we're looking at for next year is a total of 6 teachers, which is about half. So depending on seniority, those teachers might find themselves in another position here in Burbank, should they want to be, but the program is contracting, and it's contracting because of declining enrollment. And what I would say about CDS is that we are reconfiguring that. We will have a presentation to the board the 1st of April. We are in need of retaining a special ed teacher that would work with the students that have been in CDS, and we will need a teacher that would educate our students in an alternative program for social studies and English, and another one for math and science. And we'll bring that plan forward, but I wanted the public to know that that's why you see some of this on this report right now.
Mr. Ferguson?
Thank you. If we could also get a report back on just, we've done a hiring freeze, we instituted a hiring freeze, how much that has saved at this moment. Do we have that number offhand?
I don't, we'll get that for you.
Okay, so that's an example of all these little strategies all add up to positions ultimately. So thank you for everybody being on top of this. For every week that we can stand a position being vacant, we're saving funds. So, and with 12 certificated right now, that's big. And we're seeing the impact right even tonight. So thank you for illustrating that, because it really is, you can claw back a lot of these with just smart decision making. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ponser-Kamkar.
That's a really great point, Mr. Ferguson. And I know we saw that in the retirement list last week. We had folks that are retiring at the end of the year that gave their notice, and that was able to bring this down. I also I'm looking forward to the reconfiguration of CDS. I think we talked about it a couple times in session here, just in terms of like what the report is for CDS. And I think based on the field trip that we took a number of weeks ago to some of the other alternative programs, I feel really confident in staff's ability to reconfigure that program in a way that really serves our kiddos there. I think the folks at CDS have done really, really hard work really well with a lot of grace. And I'm hopeful that we'll be able to put those folks in a position where they're able to leverage their talents within BUSD.
Agreed. We just met with everyone from CDS classified and certificated, along with union representation, and laid out our plan. And we did that because they have been so gracious and they have been very, very patient. And we wanted them to have that before we came to the board and discussed that in public. So that I feel that meeting went well, and they had an opportunity to ask any questions they had. And I think we have a path forward, and I'm excited to bring that to the board and to the public next month.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Okay. All board members in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries 5-0. I think we can all agree that these are the worst votes that we take as board members.
Yep.
Without question. Okay, so we already did 11F. We'll move to 11G, which is approval of second interim report for 2023-2024 fiscal year. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Ms. Ponser-Kamkar. Mr. Cantwell.
President Weisberg, board members, good evening again. At this time, we will be reviewing the second interim budget revision and seeking your approval of the changes. I want to give two kind of key headlines here before we go through the PowerPoint. The first is that as you look at second interim, kind of the key takeaway from this revision is that things are largely stable relative to where we were at first interim. We're able to maintain a balanced budget, however, we're only able to accomplish that through the painful discussion that we just experienced, through the staffing reductions both this year and next year, which will be further delineated and outlined in the fiscal stabilization plan, which is next. And so, again, the key headline from this second interim revision is we did not have any big surprises as the budget progresses this year, as we have more expenditures actually hitting our books. We're really looking at a pretty consistent budget report relative to first interim. The second key headline is, as Superintendent Paramo mentioned earlier, right now the weather clouds are certainly gathering, and it appears that the storm is coming. We have been told by the Legislative Analyst Office, in fact, 3 board members and members of cabinet were at CSBA's annual conference in San Francisco the day the Legislative Analyst Office released their revenue projections for the state budget. When they announced what was replied to with gasp across the room of a $68 billion budget deficit. In January, the governor responded by saying that we don't think your numbers are right, LAO. We think, and the Department of Finance believes that number is actually $38 billion. Part of that was through some expenditure reductions and some fancy math, which the LAO agreed with, and so the LAO reduced their number by about $10 billion, and so now there was a battle between is it a $38 billion hole or a $58 billion hole, and as Dr. Paramo said, the latest information is it's now up to 73, larger than it's been mentioned at any point in the past few months, and the largest budget deficit the state could ever be facing. Certainly the largest since 2008, 2009.
How did this
numerically on absolute values, not necessarily percentage.
Was this political? Like, why are the this has nothing to do with us as a district messing with numbers. I understand I'm not like a fiscal mastermind, but I just don't understand how the numbers are so vastly different and whether this was intentionally hiding information, because this changes everything for districts across the state. So is this just another example of balancing the budget on the backs of public education? Like, what? I just want to know who to be mad at.
Well, certainly a complex question, an answer, to it, or a question to which I don't have a complete answer. But I will say that at least part of the narrative coming from the state is that this was an unprecedented year this past year, in that we not only had such a significant, our economy has been so unstable, it's been so fragile since COVID, so there's just a lot of difficulty in predicting things, which then became exacerbated exponentially by having the tax deadline for income taxes extend not once but twice. Normally taxes are due April 15th, they extend to October 15th. I believe it was the day before, or perhaps even the day of. They then extended it one more month, and so tax revenue did not come in until November. And remember, they had to pass a budget just like we did in June. So they were completely guessing in June when they adopted the state budget and when they were anticipating revenues for the current year and the out years. And so now what they're finding is that, again, the lack of predictability due to the uncertainties in the economy from the lingering effects of COVID, compounded with the delayed tax returns, have just created a budgeting nightmare. So all that to say, while tonight's news is, again, it's certainly not good news, because anytime that we are saying that we have a balanced budget only by reducing staff, that's certainly not good news, but at least it's neutral in the sense that we don't see any new cuts that are necessary than what was previously planned. The reality is, I think that when we do talk about the creation of the 24-25 budget, that we are going to be looking at a challenging picture developing over coming months. With that, I'll actually jump into the presentation itself. And again, before I do that, I do want to acknowledge Dr. Abdelhamid and our new budget supervisor, Kayla Gewurtz. The two of them did absolutely incredible work, really implementing a lot of what Mr. Von Flew discussed this evening. We used a completely new budgeting process that was created by Dr. Abdel Hamid in January and February, and so the antiquated processes that have been inherited have already been, again, getting a significant redevelopment and better meeting the needs and reducing what will eventually reduce labor hours required to complete the budget and ensure accuracy, as well as reduce the number of manual entries necessary during the budgeting process, being able to pull money directly from the databases and having that populate our budget rather than having so much manual entry, which obviously is more ripe for error. So the team, combined with the staff and the department, again, did just an incredible job pulling things together for this budget, and I want to thank them. Just to make sure we orient ourselves, again, the budget was adopted in June. We had first interim come to you December 14th. And now by state law, we have our second large budget revision, again, that comes to you by March 15th. As you heard earlier in the FICMAT report, the budget is constantly dynamic. I mean, we have budget transfers occurring daily. And so again, the budget is being updated and monitored in our department. But as far as for the board's approval and for public review, we do these large interim revisions, and they really do, if you see those dates, forgive me, I don't remember which board member brought up the value of kind of quarterly updates. That really kind of aligns, kind of mirrors the timeline that we have of September 15th is when we get the unaudited actuals, December 15th is when we get first interim, March 15th is second interim, and then around June 15th is when we get the estimated actuals as well as the budget adoption. So we kind of do have those quarterly updates built into the state cycle. Yeah. The key thing here is, again, I can report that we have a positive certification for our second interim revision. Very, again, stable revenues. You can see very little change between first interim and second interim. I know I've mentioned this in the past, but I want to draw attention to, and I'm not sure if we actually have a laser here, but I'll draw attention to the largest section of the pie in each of these three groupings. It's the LCFF revenue. LCFF revenue for this year is $169 million. If you looked at our budget from last year, it's $161 million. And so if I show you this slide here, you'll see that the COLA that we received this year was 8.22%. If you do that quick math, it only actually adds up to about an increase of LCFF revenues by a little bit over 4%. So why is that? Why is it that we're saying we got a COLA of 8.22, but our actual revenues only went up by 4 and roughly 4.25, 4.5? The reason for that is because of declining enrollment. And so because of declining enrollment and some of the ADA hold harmless factors we had during COVID, we did not ever receive the 8.22% as a net increase in revenue. Rather, it was a gross amount that was reduced by declining enrollment. For next year, and this is one of those areas where I'm pointing out, I want to be transparent to the public, that we are using a budget assumption to project revenue for the next year and for the following year when we have a multi-year projection. And what we're using right now is a 1% COLA for next year. At first interim, we were told that we should be using 3.94. We actually made the adjustment to 1% because we were, again, up in San Francisco on December 1st when the news came out, and so we were able to quickly pivot and change our revenue estimates for first interim. But the rest of the districts in the area were still using the prior number from the governor. Right now, there's competition between the LAOs estimating the number is going to be about 1.25%. DOF, Department of Finance, is saying it's going to be 0.76. And so we kind of split the difference. The COLA is defined statutorily. There are 8 factors that make up what the state will determine to be the COLA. And so, again, that ultimately, whether or not we have funding for the COLA is a separate issue. And so I've been doing this long enough to remember the years and, coming right as we were coming out of the recession as LCFF was being implemented where we had unfunded COLAs. I believe that's a very likely thing to return this coming year, which means that by statute, our COLA might be the 1.25%, but the state is going to say we can't fund it, and so you're going to just be held even. So again, right now we're using 1%, but I fully anticipate that is going to go down before budget adoption, and we'll have to respond. Now let's use those two pieces of information together. $169 million in LCFF revenues. If we lose that 1% that's currently being used in the budget as a increase for revenue next year, that means that our budget is balanced right now for next year only because we would have a roughly $1.7 million new deficit created if we don't get that 1% COLA. So there's another hit that we'll have. So again, I'm wanting us to caution. Today's news is neutral. We have a balanced budget, but things are going to be dynamic in the coming months. And they also changed, again, between first interim and second interim, they did reduce the anticipated COLA in the 25-26 year by about 0.5% from 3.29% down to 2.73%. For expenditures, again, you'll see relative to prior years, actually much less movement between first interim and second interim, largely a result of the raises to staff. If you recall, BTA's raise came in late fall. CSEA and BASA's raise was just approved, I believe, in February, and that's why it was not included at first interim. And so that's the explanation for the delta between the revenue or the expenditures. Expenditure drivers, and I know that we have a member in the community who suggests that we don't properly highlight our pension cost. We try to do it every opportunity we can, and I know that Board Member Tabbitt also does, because this is a really significant cost to the district. Again, we believe that staff who commit their lives to supporting the children in this community deserve to have a pension and promises kept. However, we don't have any local control over the funding of that pension. We don't have any local control over the way those assets are invested. We are at the mercy of the state. And so they, right now, on the PER side, are charging us 26.68% of every dollar that goes to classified payroll. An additional 26.68% goes to the pension. They increased their projection for next year by 0.1%, and they've increased the 25-26 year by 0.2%. So again, it was going up anyway, but now they're saying it's going to go up even quicker than we were anticipating just 3 months ago.
And if the portfolio takes a hit, it will start going again. And that was my understanding, is that they were raising interest rates, and they are raising rates as a result of the 2008 crash and trying to make up the losses for that. So that's why it's also concerning, is that this could get exponentially more difficult.
That's right. Last I saw, excuse me, neither pension is fully funded. I believe that to still be the case. And so that's why we keep seeing these increases. And so exactly, the increases are, again, just like we're doing right now with our budget, they're assuming certain returns on in the market in the future. That's difficult to predict. And so if there is a market downturn, then that certainly means that their estimates are wrong, and they'll have to increase what they charge the districts.
You may not be able to answer this question, but with declining enrollment in California, not just Burbank, which means we have a reduction in staff, which means less dollars, but they're still expecting to fully fund, so we're going to get it more, aren't we? If we had to make a prediction.
We absolutely are, yeah. No, you've hit absolutely on the head of one of the biggest challenges that we have in the state financially long term. Just to make sure we are all hearing that, we have fewer students who are going to be in the overall system, which means there will be fewer staff. The main way that we currently are funding pensions is not by market returns, but rather by current contributions, kind of like Social Security. Right. We're taking current contributions from employees and then paying out past promises.
Right.
At the same time that we have fewer people who will be able to be paying into that system, we have people who are living longer. And so again, those actuarial tables continue to expand. And so you're absolutely correct. That as declining enrollment continues across the state, it means there will be fewer people who they can take the 26.68% from. And so it will mean that there will be an increase in that percentage.
Without pay downs.
Right, yeah. School Services California is the one that helps give us this information. They're pulling it from the best resources at the state level, and the guidance that they give is that we have not yet reached the end of the increases.
Well, and with the budget shortfall that the state is facing, there's no way that governor or any governor would put money into this fund. He just doesn't have it to do it. But
Money's not there.
but Mr. Just,
Maybe.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe, maybe not. Mr. Von Flew talked about something that I'd never heard before, and maybe I didn't quite understand when he talked about he was talking to
98.
Mr. Ferguson, Prop 98. So declining enrollment could help a little bit because then they have to fund at a certain percentage education, so there might be more money to go to fewer students, right? So we might be getting, we don't know.
Yes, that's
and we
conceptually
can't-
what he was saying, is that when you have a fixed pot, and that pot, again, Prop 98 has three different test, what's that?
Metrics.
Yes,
Yeah, test measures. Three different tiers depending on a whole variety of economic circumstances and enrollment within K-12 education. And so one of those measures, one of the three, maintains the overall funding of education at a percentage of the state budget, regardless of number of students that are in the system. So hypothetically, let's just use an extreme example. If they're funding education in Prop 98 roughly $100 million,
Right.
if you lose 10% of the students in the entire state, you still have the $100 million. That means the remaining 90%, there's going to be more allocated on a per student basis.
Except
They'll figure
in the
out a way.
legislature when they define the size of the pie differently.
Correct.
So when they start saying, oh, actually, the general fund isn't X, it's actually much smaller at Y. And that's when our dollars get hit. And that was a strategy they used last time. So that's the frustrating part, is that right now, yeah, it looks like we could have per pupil spending go up. Not really. They've got dollars that they need to find flat out. And the state did pass Proposition 1A a while back that gave us the rainy day fund. Even that in this size of a deficit is just almost consumed in the course of 3 years. So that's why this is dramatic. This is also why gas taxes, things like that, all of these impacts of global warming, you name it. I hate saying it that way, but it's true. Like, I'm going to get rocks thrown at me. But really, truly, these are the impacts, and we need to modernize our revenue streams in the state. Otherwise, we're going to keep being volatile. So we're back to 2005. That was a fun time.
Yeah. So if I can, just one final thing in response and on this slide, that concept only really benefits us if our decline is equal to or better than the statewide decline, which right now no projection says that's the case. Last I saw, the Department of Finance is predicting that student enrollment across the state is scheduled to go down or is predicted to go down by about 8% over the next decade. We're at 18%. LA County and Ventura County are the two leading counties in the state at 18%. Our demographers said that we're going to be right in line with county trend. They give us three scenarios. The best case scenario was a 12.5 or 13% reduction. Worst case was about 20%.
It's almost like we need to start establishing enrollment targets to try and beat this a little bit back. So that way there's a hard number we can work towards, develop strategies towards that, and stop being so nebulous about that. Because I think these numbers are obviously real. Like, we're seeing it in graduations, we're seeing it. But if we can say, no, we want to be this is our target, our enrollment target, and those would come to the board as a part of planning, the goal setting, et cetera, that's helpful. That at least gives us something to drive for. That's something we can go to employers and say, hey, give us 5 more employees. Give us, help refer. Because everybody can be a part of the solution if you've got a cousin, a brother, a sister who lives in the city of Burbank, who may go to a private school, you name it. Come on home. Water's great.
That's right.
Seriously.
Absolutely. So I think we've really, again, talked through a lot of these areas. I'll just draw your attention on this slide to the ending fund balance. You can see that this year, we are projecting a large ending fund balance. A great amount of those revenues are on the restricted side. And so, again, we want to caution that these are not unrestricted dollars, but rather primarily made up of 2 of the grants that we received last year that were one-time spending grants. But we have a significant budget deficit each year, which is going to consume our ending fund balance by the 3rd year. Again, the headline takeaway for tonight is that we have a balanced budget both this year and in the out years, but we're doing that through very painful staffing reductions.
Board member questions? Any additional questions?
I think that.
It's just a super bummer. Thank you. I mean,
Sorry, just for point of reference, we had school services come to speak to us at Five Star last month, and they've offered to come back any single time. And I panic called Mr. Cantwell. I said, "You need to listen to this." But they've promised to come back anytime, and so any questions or thoughts that you might have that we can invite them back and ask these questions to Five Star without it costing us any money would be awesome. So,
I think
way
I
to
think
go.
to pick up on your point, to Dr. Weisberg's point, we need to start educating the public now as to why the numbers are different. Because that is going to be the plot line to follow. Because how people are defining it will define what they invest in, and period. So legislators we can call. We're electing new legislators right now. That matters. So that pressure matters. So if we could get an e-news out on that again, explains this, whoever can give us the neutral language necessary that doesn't take a political stance on governor v. legislature, who cares? It's a pointing fingers game on some level. So, but we need to start educating now before we get to June.
just taking everything in.
Right.
Let's maybe, so I want to figure out how we can schedule, because we're talking about quite a few pieces of communication to our community members. So I think we should figure out what goes out when. I don't want to send out two things so one thing gets buried and the other thing gets marginally paid attention to. So maybe we can just talk offline about a timeline of when we want to send out this information, because it is all really important. And we want to make sure that people are actually paying attention. So that could also include, posts on our social media accounts and whatever else it might be. So I think we can talk about like a schedule, a communication schedule. For our invisible public information officer that we don't have.
I am shooketh.
We're all shooketh. All right, so we already had a motion and a second. So all board members in favor, say aye. Aye. No opposition. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Cantwell, but don't go anywhere. We're going to move to 11H, approval of the fiscal stabilization plan required by Los Angeles County Office of Education based on the adopted budget. Moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Mr. Ferguson. Go for it.
So this is the answer to the question of I've just mentioned that we have a balanced budget only through staffing reductions, and this is how. The county office is requiring us to maintain this document to ensure that we locally are aware of the budget deficit and the reality that we cannot maintain status quo moving forward with our staffing levels. And so this is how we identify the necessary reductions, not just for next year, but the 25-26 year also. I'll note that this came to the board first in December, only identifying those 29 teaching positions that we've talked about, and now you'll see certainly more positions, including a number of BASA positions. Some of these are positions that are scheduled to be eliminated for this coming school year. Some are scheduled to be eliminated for this coming school year, but again, if fiscal conditions permit, then we may be able to retain some of these positions. In the 25-26 year, you'll see one of the big changes is related to the elementary PE program. We brought back elementary PE teachers this year. We, at the time that we did it, only had funding for a single year. In partnership with BTA, we mutually agreed to commit to at least a second year of funding that program. And so right now, our budget assumes that we do not maintain it for a third year. And so this is going to be, of course, a major discussion with BTA and with our community in the coming year of finding a way to be able to maintain funding for specialized trained elementary PE teachers and aides across the elementary sites.
And I think along with that, I know that the assistant principals at the elementary level have been a discussion item as well. So it's, I guess, good that it's being pushed out a year, right? Because they just got those assistant principals. And I know we communicated that to those folks that we were potentially not going to have funding for them next year. So
Correct.
now it's 2 years out.
Exactly.
We just recently had additional conversation with them so that we're calibrated. It's the two APs at the elementary, but it's also the AP at Luther and 0.5 AP at Muir.
Okay.
So they are aware of the scenario. Obviously, it's not something we want. Well, including PE for elementary, it's not something we want to get rid of. But in terms of projecting a fiscal stabilization plan for the county, it has to be listed.
And if I may just make sure that the community at home knows, we're not discussing the possibility of eliminating elementary PE, rather who teaches it. And so right now, our general education, multiple subject teachers are given the opportunity for some much needed collaboration time and prep time during elementary PE. And so if we were not able to have these elementary PE positions, we will still have an elementary PE program, but it just means one more thing. We're asking another subject and another challenge for our teachers to
But they don't have time to do.
Well, so couple of clarifying questions. One is, but it means we're losing the teachers who teach that. So that's an important
Human.
piece of information to not sort of rush past. And also, we are also talking about, because there's not, in California, you can't get a credential for dance. We're also talking about, hypothetically, the reduction of our dance instructors, I think, at the high school level. And so that's also going to be impactful in regards to some of our visual and performing arts programs. So I think when we talk about not losing elementary PE, but we are in a way, because we're not losing it, but we're losing the teachers that are credentialed and skilled in teaching that subject, because we know it's a lot more than just whatever certain community members say it is, but it's an enormous amount of work. And so I think we're cognizant of, if that does have to happen, that it is going to be a very different experience for our students, and also the loss of qualified credentialed teachers who are credentialed to teach that subject. So I think we just want to be clear about that, and that we're not eliminating it, but in many ways we kind of are.
I just want to signal to Nicole that I understand this is a top priority. So we'll have plenty of conversations about it, and we'll try to figure out how we can mitigate this.
Ms. Sponser-Kampkar.
Yeah, and a top priority for multiple reasons, right? I know when Dr. Weisberg and I visited Miller at the beginning of the year, we happened to be there during an elementary PE period where we walked into a classroom where the teachers were getting collaboration time for the first time in a very long time, right? And they were so excited about that. And so I hate the idea of taking that away from them as well. So, I think this comes back to when we talk about, were we to ask for additional revenue from our community, what is the vision that we want to cast for them, right? Is it that we would be spending that money, because, if we're not talking about bond, but we're talking about partial tax, to me, I want to be able to promise to our families that they'll have PE teachers, that their kids will have PE, and that their elementary school teachers will be able to collaborate. I want to be able to promise to them, some of the things that you see on here, that you're not going to have one admin for a 1,000-kid school, right? So, in some ways, I know these weren't easy ones to put on this list, right? I don't imagine that. I do think it helps us put a dollar amount to things that we really want to be able to do for our community, and a clear hole to fill, that we can ask our community for help in filling. Thanks for the plan.
And I'm so sorry, but if I can just say one last thing, just to make sure that, again, I know that you as board members know this, but I want to make sure that, again, the community and our staff know as well. This is a document that's legally required by the county that, as I just mentioned earlier, is really helping them be assured that we realize that there is a structural deficit which we must address. This is not actually a legally binding document in which any assistant principal who's listed on here, or elementary PE teachers being given notice that they don't have a job a year and a half from now.
Right.
There's a lot that's going to happen between now and when these plans will need to actually be taken formal action on, which is the process that you went through earlier with the initiating of the process earlier by the notification of employees being at risk of layoff for next year. So
Yeah.
this is, I don't want anyone to see this document and think that definitive plans have been made. What we're saying is that right now, we don't have a method to fund
Got it.
these priorities without having to cut somewhere else.
That's helpful. Thank you for that framing. Any other board comments?
Oh, good.
Did you just snap? Okay. Yeah. We're going to move, we have to take a vote. All board members in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Thanks. Motion carries, let's caucus after we vote. Motion carries 5-0. Let's move to 11I, approval of comprehensive school safety plans. This is just for the one plan that was left accidentally off. This is for Burbank High School's 2024-2025 Comprehensive School Safety Plan as presented. Can I have a motion and a second?
Move approval.
Moved by Mr. Ferguson,
Sec.
seconded by Ms. Ponser Kamkar. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Yeah, I mean, motion carries 5-0. Moving on to 11J, adoption of the proposed 2024-2025 instructional calendars for Burbank Adults School. Can I have a motion and a second?
Move approval.
Moved by Mr. Ferguson, seconded by Dr. Agakanian. Any conversation? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No opposition, motion carries 5-0. Moving on to 11K, discussion on a potential facility general obligation bond measure. I don't believe we need a motion and a second since it's a discussion, yes? Is that correct? Am I wrong?
Correct.
Okay, correct. So, but it will be an exciting conversation. Shazam.
Maybe. Or just painful.
I'll start us off. So it will come as no surprise to anybody here that I am strongly in favor of a bond being put on the November ballot, and I want to highlight a couple of reasons why, although I have spoken at length about this in previous meetings. Oh, poor John Paramo. There's sort of a twofold reason. So it's obvious based on our infrastructure or our facilities master plan. They came back and said we had about $1.2 billion worth of repairs that need to be made. Some of those repairs can happen later. A lot of those are really important and need to happen much sooner. We talk a lot about retaining quality teachers and quality staff, and we can't do that if they're in an environment that isn't conducive to teaching and isn't conducive to learning. So I think it's really important. I think one of the added benefits to a bond would be the freeing up of some general fund money that we can put elsewhere. I mean, I do want to state for the record that I am 100% committed to a parcel tax, but I also think that as we kind of know as a community, previous incarnations of the parcel tax have run into challenges. And I think that we have found ourselves in a situation where we, in reflecting, we could have done a better job working with our community partners in order to help them better understand why a parcel tax and, well, Mr. Ferguson may not agree,
Nope.
but why a parcel tax and why a bond are beneficial for the community and not just for people who may have children in BUSD. Again, we can't convince people to care about kids if they don't care about kids, but we can get them to care about the impact it has fiscally on their homes and on their businesses. So, something that I have been very happy that Dr. Paramo and Mr. Cantwell have done is something that was very important to me is to involve our union partners in conversations from jump, and also our community partners to say, like, in previous years, you have not been a supporter of this. Let's sit down and figure out how we can work together. I think.
Be clear about that. They have always been supportive of facilities bonds, just not a parcel tax.
Yes, that's true. But I would also say that I think in general, there's been a lack of community support for financially supporting our district as a whole, and a lack of really understanding why people need to sort of step up, especially now more than ever. So I'm not saying that people like poo-pooed a bond, but when was the last time people voted on the bond? 2013. So point being is that we want to take a longer reaching view. I'll just speak for myself. I want to be able to build the partnerships necessary and do this in the right way, that we pass the bond and that we turn right around and we get an excited group of people, community members and otherwise, who are all in for a parcel tax. And I think if we do this bond the right way, then that is what's going to happen. We know how enthusiastic our parent community is after the most recent negotiations around teacher raises to really get behind this. I think we're all excited to do that too, but I think it's going to take this first step to really get that community buy-in. I think we've all spoken at certain points about the rebuilding of trust within the community. And I think that this is now that we've had, and we also very intentionally didn't want to have this conversation until the FCMAT report. We wanted to say we've identified these issues, we're beginning to address those issues, and now we can turn towards making sure that we get these, well, the bond would be a continuance, but the parcel tax eventually in a couple more years ideally would be a new revenue stream. So for me, I don't see any alternative. And I think that we can have a longer conversation about what amount the bond is at. I don't think we need to decide that today. Do we, Mr. Campbell?
So the discussion, if it does lead to a direction to staff to have bond counsel draft an actual resolution, that resolution will have a number.
Right.
However, you're not taking action on it tonight, and so there certainly can be a discussion in the meeting whether or not to maintain the identified bond amount or to consider alternative options.
So is it possible if, and this is a little premature, but if the board does ask for that to be also provided when it comes back with sort of a breakdown of what it would be at a certain 50, 55, whatever it might be, I think without.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Not a problem at all.
So I want to shush and turn it over to my colleagues. Ms. Ponser-Kamkar, and then Mr. Ferguson, and Dr. Agakanian, and
I'll be the.
and then Ms. Tabbitt will bring us home.
I will go after you, Ms. Tabbitt.
Armand or Dr. Agahani wants to go after everybody else. No, you're not. Go ahead.
That's not supposed to be the spicy part of the discussion, friends.
Oh, I missed that term.
It's the
I
spice.
missed that term. It's been a bit.
So, I was reviewing my notes from CSBA, which I think I went to 2 or 3 sessions on passing bonds in times of economic uncertainty and exciting things like that. And so one of the pieces of information that I wanted to share with my colleagues was a story of success from Las Virgenes Unified. They talked quite a bit about a bond that they passed in 2022 because of this exact situation where they had a bond that was rolling off the rolls, and they when they polled, right, similar to the results that we saw, they got a 5% increase when they explained to people that their tax rate was staying the same. They, saw that their facilities master plan was showing significantly more need than their bond would even fund, right? So there was a really obvious need for the bond. And then they also, I think we have thought about bonds in the past as building new facilities and wanting something cool and sexy to show, like, oh, we're getting this cool new lab or facility that hasn't been there before. And I just don't think that's the situation that we're in. I think this is purely a bond. If we're staying within the envelope of the current tax rate, it's purely a bond for fixing roofs and HVAC and safety issues and stuff infrastructure that maybe is not, does not to us necessarily sound like something that's fun to put on a campaign mailer. That said, that was the story of success for Las Virgenes. They showed pictures of leaky roofs on their campaign mailers. They said, like, this is why, and people understood that intuitively, that this money everyone knows that when you buy a house, you're going to have to make repairs. And people could see that you have to continue to invest in your infrastructure. And so I say all that to say there are a lot of examples of folks doing this. I don't think we should kind of reinvent the wheel here, but we should learn from folks that have done some pretty successful bond measures, including ones that are for, true like infrastructure repairs that may not be as exciting to talk about as like, hey, everybody's going to get a brand new building. But that's not what we need. We need roofs that don't leak, et cetera.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you for that. I think that a community like Los Virgenes, that makes sense, right? Bigger properties or property values in some areas. I think you really have to look at demographics and then also what's coming ahead. I worked very hard for 2 parcel taxes, as everybody did who was here. Not saying that uniquely, but saying it as in it's a ton of work. Just to convince the 64% of the importance of a tax, of an ongoing tax, one with a sunset clause, one without a sunset clause. All of it's incredibly complicated to navigate. It's square foot, cent per square foot, or is it a flat rate, right? Flat rate makes it a little bit easier. There's a lot to communicate. There's a lot to communicate before November. Let's be also clear, when people are out for 2 months roughly for summer. So yeah, I get, at least they're tuned out, right? You're not going to be watching a school board meeting necessarily at the same rate you would around the rest of the year. I have long said, and I maintain, I don't think we move forward. I don't think we can move forward responsibly in my assessment as we look at this budget, where our problems are in ongoing expenses. They are. Yes, we also have huge problems on the facility side, and I don't want to abandon those needs. But we've got a very organized opposition that I think has shown its face, and when people tell you who they are, believe them. And they are going to continue to show up. It does not matter. Mr. Schlossman is a great example of that. He's been waiting. And that's fine. That's not a threat to a bond. It is a threat to a parcel tax, where we lost by 900 votes last time. That's it, folks. 9 people talking to 100 friends. It's just it really is. It is. And we did that twice. Not once, twice. A little bit better. $100,000 spent. If we think that the chamber, if we think that our business partners, I'm grateful to hear that the chamber has come forward and said, hey, here's our recommendations. We want something that's business friendly. We realize the impacts on the schools. Great. But if we don't have revenue that comes from this, now I've said that that's a parcel tax. Doesn't have to be. It can be an enterprise. We can figure this out. And to me, I've said housing is, I think, a pathway for that. We have land in some areas of town. And so what I would ultimately like to see is us evaluate that as an alternative to a parcel tax. I don't think that the parcel tax in a 2026 election, where midterm elections tend to be more conservative in their turnout, and maybe you mean 2028, or I meant 2026. Okay. And I respect, obviously, our respect goes through and through, but I just disagree with that. And I think that I want to get people, again, if we're not going to do a parcel tax, if we can't guarantee that, and also if we go for it one more time and it fails, I really think we've got huge challenges there. 20% of Burbank is always going to be conservative, that there's ish, unless we become Berkeley. But really, truly, if you just look at the demographics, we're always going to have about a third of our population that's going to be more conservatively inclined, that will hold different opinions about revenue. I think it's responsible to kind of assume 30% always going to be relatively no on an additional new tax, especially with how polarized the parties have become. We didn't convince many at the doors, in my opinion. We turned out what we could, and sometimes your elections are about turnouts, and sometimes it's about persuasion. I think parents are energized. I just don't think that committing them to that effort is going to be fruitful when we are talking about ideologies that are now so ingrained for so many different reasons. So to me, it makes more sense to develop a profit-based model that answers some of the housing needs that I think we're going to have long-term as people are commuting longer and longer and longer to work for us. 50 units of housing produces $900,000 just on back of the, on quick napkin math. If we subsidize rates to $1,500, 50 units, that's $900,000 in revenue. Well, for a one bedroom, that's pretty subsidized. But I don't know. I don't know what that model would necessarily look like. Can staff spend some time building that out?
So a couple of thoughts. One, I want us to, if we can, to stay focused on a bond conversation, even though I'm the one who brought up parcel tax.
So the bond, and the reason why it's tied to the bond is that I would use bond dollars to pay for the construction of housing on one of our sites. That's what I'm proposing.
Right.
This would be, we would manage it. And that would also mean that we could potentially take some facilities positions off the general fund and produce new revenue. We could also make it a mixed-use facility and get ongoing rent from a commercial space as well, while augmenting learning space in the community, and especially in high-density portions of this community, like 91501, near the Glendale border. So there's a real opportunity for us to think outside the box. What's scary about it is that there's not a lot of districts doing this. They're doing ground leases, which is basically, hi, Mr. Developer, here, you go build something and I'll take the rent for the land. That doesn't pay. But when you've got 50,000 square feet, 50,000 to 55,000 square feet, and that square footage right now may be operational for us, we may be able to innovate within that, and then in turn, take that revenue and do something impressive like with it, like pay for childcare for our entire community, helping us sell the reason why to enroll your child in Burbank Unified. Why? Because with that, if we can look in the costs, we take it at minimum wage, change our model a bit, we're at $800,000, $900,000 roughly in costs. We can have housing fund. I'm asking, and Ms. Tabbitt looks confused. So what I'm asking is for staff to be able to do the legwork to discover what these costs look like, because I think that we can actually get that done. And at least see if it's a viable path. Because if 60 units of housing, 70 units of housing, and by the way, on a 50,000 square foot parcel can get done, wouldn't you want to enroll your kid in Burbank Unified if you knew there was a universal child care guarantee? I would. That's an advantage. That's a Burbank advantage. We've always been a family-friendly town, but we're losing that because of a lack of affordability. We're losing that because of a lack of access to childcare. We just saw the YMCA. YMCA is being absorbed by the Metropolitan YMCA. Can't make the financial models happen. We just handed them our childcare system contracts. Childcare is needed for working class people, and I don't think there's anybody up here who disagrees with this. But I do believe that this is a moment for innovation, not for more of the same. 2013 brought us important dollars, without a doubt. It also sought to leverage, I think, state bond dollars as well to try to do matching. I have no doubt that this is needed. But if we aren't, I don't have faith that a parcel tax is going to be viable 2 years from now. In the same way, I respect where you're coming from. I just don't have that same confidence. And so if we're not going to do a parcel tax, and we, in my opinion, I still think we're responsible for figuring out a revenue path. We generate a little bit of revenue with that. That can feed itself. And we can, in turn, over time, if things get more expensive and more expensive, well, guess what? We've got our own housing fund that's building constantly, every month. We first give priorities to new teachers so we can attract and retain. 5-year contract, that's when they get vested. Stay with us. After that, staff of all sorts that we need, who need housing closer by. And after that, members of the Burbank community on a year-to-year lease. That to me makes sense. It's innovative. I think if we can just test that out, and if we're not willing to, that's fine, but I think we really do have a pathway to answer housing, to answer revenue, and to give a new guarantee that makes us more attractive for people who want to enroll their kids in Burbank.
Dr. Agakanian.
Everybody's horrified. This is great. Go ahead.
Ms. Tabbitt, Dr. Agakanian.
I think your arguments are a fanciful way of thinking about revenue bringing in. It's roughly, I mean, if you just talked bare bones, it's roughly $600 a square foot to build new land. You're talking $18 million to build 30 at $1,500 a month. We're not going to be able to make the repayment.
Well, we don't make that payment. The
But I'm not
bondholders
sure
do.
that you can even use public funds to do this. And who's going to maintain it? And not only that, but with reduction in, students, and we're losing teachers, why would we think about building places for them to live? I don't think that's the right route. I know, and I feel, and I've talked to community members, the importance of maintaining our schools in a above average way for the students and teachers, our employees, is vital. I spent a week last week at district office, and the internet is so poor that people are waiting 10 and 15 minutes to get on a site. That's a loss of time. That's a loss of money when people can't get on. Students, the way we are educating our students, our staff is not using textbooks anymore. It's not open up your textbook, it's open up your Chromebook. Let's get online. We need to make sure that that's maintained, that it's faster, that we have new Chromebooks to work with. It's roofs, it's ACs, it's all of the bare basic necessities that we need daily to open up our front doors. I think that as a homeowner, as you said, homeowners don't take summer break. Homeowners want to know all the time what's happening with our schools, with the sites. There's a whole committee that would work nonstop to promote this. It doesn't need to be something that we as a board do through our parents, because it's not just our parents who own property and want to see that our schools are maintained. This is not the only time we've been through this. I've had neighbors, 30 years ago, we're talking about the quality of our schools and sending their kids to a safe place to be. I think there's ways we might get to do what you wanted to do with some facilities that we currently have, but I don't know that there's a big call. The other thing that concerns me,
Not call for what?
that there's a big call for housing. I don't believe there's a big call for housing amongst our employees. That's my thoughts.
It also wouldn't be for housing. It wouldn't be for all of our employees. It'd be for new ones. That'd be the primary goal.
But we don't need new employees. We have declining enrollment. Where are the new employees coming from? So going further with that, if we did have declining enrollment or had to close the school, yes, I could see that maybe that could easily be made into housing units for people if that's what we really wanted to do. We're in desperate need, in my opinion, of a better, not new, but a better location for the district office. And then we have an entire building already available. It might, what did you call it the other day? It was quite funny. I've been trying to remember that word. It might be over cost to revitalize that as a place to live, but there are ways to do it if that's really what the board wants to do. But I think for now, there's lots of talk and support in the community about re-establishing, that's not the right word, continuing the current facilities bonds that we already have going on at the current rate of pay. I think it's vital for us to go forward that we do this because we have to maintain our school sites.
Thank you, Madam President. So I've said this before as someone who, at my workplace, less than 3 years ago, we passed a $5 billion bond, and 4 years before that, another $3 billion. This conversation of affordable housing really for students has been something that people have been talking about. But I think that, for at least my opinion, based on my experience, is looking at what a bond is, what its purpose is really. And this has become a back and forth conversation because the college district is talking about homeless students, but at the same time, they're like, well, we don't want to get into the housing business. It really complicates it. Look at the LA. They passed how many $1 billion and still having very big issues with homelessness, right? But also I think it's not as simple as let's go build affordable housing, it will pay for itself. I think what you also have to look at is several other factors involved.
Okay.
Cost of materials. It's what you were going to do 3 years ago now will cost you double. And I think that's a big challenge for maintaining a lot of our sites because we're not paying what we were paying 3 years ago. Lack of contractors. People are getting out of business of construction. Look at the interest rates right now. No one is building right now. And it's difficult. And the numbers are dwindling because I sit in a building of Build LA where, all these contracts go through and you can hear it over and over. Also, I think one other thing we need to look at is because of the pandemic and people now operating mostly remotely, a lot of commercial buildings now are in the process of converting into residential, therefore creating a big inventory of housing. You add the interest rate to that inventory, you're going to start seeing rent go down. It's something that people are talking about already. There is a push to even change and bring forward legislation for commercial housing and the conversion. The problem is, again, cost of material, but that is becoming a big, big issue right now, right? We've talked about, supply chain issues. And so I think we need to all take that into consideration. For me, I'm very supportive of a bond because we need to maintain basic items like fixing our roofs, the AC. Those are the least we can do. And that's what generally bonds are designed for. I think the conversation of getting creative, and I think it's a good idea in terms of looking at affordable housing, but that's a question that we should be talking also with the city about also, trying to see what they're thinking about right now. Because there are a bunch of developments going around us as we speak. Just look at the freeway right now, right by the freeway. So I think for me at least, it is important to have a bond to address these basic concerns because of what I just explained. And I think that's the least we can do. And I think, so thank you.
Thank you. So I love that we're thinking creatively about how to solve the many holes in the budget, right? And how we could potentially put a parcel tax and frame it differently or mobilize people differently, how we could potentially have different revenue generating streams. I want to keep thinking creatively. I don't know that housing is something that I can support in terms of spending bond funds on housing. And I say that to say, when we had initially brought up the evaluation of Horace Mann, and said, well, could we build housing on Horace Mann? My understanding, I was supportive of that because I thought it was going to be in a similar vein as other districts have done, which is work with a developer, do a land lease. If they can make it pencil, they make it pencil. And yes, that means that they make the most money on it, but that's also why most of them aren't actually moving forward with those projects because it's very hard to make that work. So when we have $1.2 billion worth of need that's pretty dire, I have a hard time spending 20, 30 million of it to get $1 million back, even if it's per year. Especially in something that may not be really core to our mission. I don't want to take Dr. Paramo's eye off the ball in a way that this would take incredible political capital to move from him, from his team, and just it's a lot. I also think that including housing in the bond might politically disadvantage it. I think we would get pushback from the community that that's not, the school district wasn't chartered to build housing. I don't want to support a bond that has housing in it. And not because they're NIMBYs, but because they may not trust us to do housing.
Great.
They want to trust us to educate children.
Right.
And the last thing I'll say is that, as you know, I absolutely think we need more childcare. I also think that, just as evidenced by tonight, we have a lot of budget holes to fill, from library coordinators to elementary school, or to assistant principals to PE teachers. And I think we need to, if we did have a revenue opportunity, that's where I would want to fill it.
Great.
Even though childcare is near and dear and essential to my functioning as a human being. But I really feel strongly about moving this forward in a way that lets our facilities be maintained at a level that is in line with our community values. And I, when I was looking through the rest of my notes, it's not just Las Virgenes. It was Santa Rosa. It was a number of places that do look more similar to us, and have very divided electorates and have a percentage of the people who are always going to vote against taxes. But often people will say, like, I get it. You need to repair your roof. We don't have to make this a cultural political issue. It's about fixing up our facilities. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I hear the more practical argument, right, of just, we've got needs, let's answer them. I think that's fine. But I think if you look, when I was here in 1997, and we voted for that bond, what we did was we chose the practical route. And this is where we're at now. Cutting. No new structures, no new innovative. I mean, we've innovated with programs. Great. But we don't have any more schools than we did back then. Now we're headed to fewer. So I'm just saying, we've approached this with practicality, 97 and in 2013. We're closing stuff. There's more closures potentially on the horizon that we may need to take on. And we're not going to even evaluate if this is a possibility. We're not going to even say, can this pencil out at all? I don't disagree. We were talking about cost of construction. That's going to be applicable to every construction that we do. I'm respectfully offering that. Okay. I heard your points, and I want to answer them, because that's how confident I am in at least making the request to let it pencil out. You're talking about a new district office. I think a lot of parents would care less about a new district office if it meant free childcare for their kids. And we're not talking about every elementary kid, right? There are some parents who can afford to put their kids in a Spanish language program or a language program, or you name it. They're not going to take advantage of this healthcare. Then we have state-funded programs, right? Which, by the way, are on kind of shaky ground with state funding. If that state funding gets pulled, we're in a big deficit right now, folks. Where do those kids fall? We have no safety net for those kids right now. This gives them one. This secures our lowest income families in a potential new program to do that. I'm not asking for the commitment tonight. I'm asking for us to allow staff to evaluate the options. And can we do something? This isn't a high density area, the community day school site. High density. It's as high density as it gets in that area. Ms. Tabbitt, I think, used to live up the street. It's pretty dense, and it's on a commercial corridor. It's pretty much prime for that kind of development, genuinely. You're right that the sponsor Camcar mentioned it. I think Dr. Agakanian mentioned it as well. We don't want to get into housing. Great, let's hire a nonprofit to do it for us. One that already does the work. Or, well, again, there are experts who do housing right. Ms. Tabbitt knows as a landlord. There are groups, there are organizations that do that. If you don't trust government for that, fine. Let's hire or do a contract that allows that to happen. Or create a nonprofit that can. We've got plenty of people in that chamber board who do housing and tell us all the time about how they do business and how they could do it well. Let's reach out to that talent pool and say, hey, could you run this model? Let's do a bid process, right? That's what we do with contracts. I'm not asking if this is the vote tonight, potentially, the discussion tonight that could lead Burbank. You want to talk about what was the line? Maintain community values. This chamber was where they voted to invest in the Metropolitan Water District, to become a member, a founding member of the Metropolitan Water District. Burbank was a part of building the Hoover Dam. A small city, seemingly insignificant next to LA, but we're a founding member of the agency, and we helped build that dam. This was the city that conquered the skies in World War II. There's no reason why we shouldn't be getting this right. So this is an opportunity. All I'm asking for is for staff to be able to evaluate the pricing of this, the concept of what this looks like, and then to, if it is viable in any way, to be able to bring that model back for consideration. We don't have to vote for it tonight, or vote for it then, even if it's too far gone or it needs more development. But what we're asking for, and I agree, not a wild goose chase. I think the structure's pretty dang clear of what it would look like. So that's what I would ask tonight, just for the exploration. If it pencils out, there's no reason, and I respectfully will say, I do think that voters, especially, I'm a different age, we're all different ages. We're all targeted differently as a result of that. Younger voters who are going to come out in this election, are they going to be engaged by roofs? I don't know that. But they are on fire about more progressive programs. They are on fire for saying that government should pick up needs, certain social needs, and childcare should be one of them. And I think that they will vote for it at a higher rate if they know that social guarantee exists in that vote. Not in a way that they'll vote for air conditionings and roofs. I respect that. So I agree on the need. But I disagree on that just meeting the needs or attempting to meet some of the need is going to answer the long-term problem. Because I think if we do this, guess what? We have our cake and we eat it too. We maintain housing, or we start building a designated set of housing that answers why teachers and classified employees are traveling further. Just a handful of units. And then on the other hand, it gives us some revenue, some opportunity to explore. Are we really going to say no to, and again, any other revenue generating ideas around this dais right now? Can we just evaluate this one?
So let me say a couple of things.
Me too.
I think that what you're asking for, as far as it's sort of this kind of like, let's just have, I think this is an enormous undertaking to ask staff to do, time-wise.
Why?
Because you're asking them to evaluate cost of housing, assessing the space, right? What else would you be asking them for?
Well, we're about to ask them to do $400 million worth of spending. So I think that they're going to be taxed no matter what we ask them. But I'm asking for this potentially up to 20 million, somewhere in that range, to be considered.
Okay, so then can I just?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. I just wanted you to know.
I know.
I see you.
And I respect you. And I hear you. And I see you. I see you. So here, I mean, I'm going to, again, I think we are extraordinarily lucky to have somebody who has forward-thinking ideas. And I don't mean that pedantically or condescendingly. I mean it honestly. That you can look at a situation and you can see so many different ways around it in a way that I never could, right? Like it would never have occurred to me in a million years, right? And that's a testament to you and the way you think about problems and the way that you attack them. where I am right now, admittedly, is very much in a state of like panic and fear about where we are financially as a district.
I get that.
I am.
Me too.
And I know that you are. I
Yep.
know that we all are.
Yep.
So for me, the question is, what do we need to do to keep our schools standing, our kids in rooms that aren't leaking, our teachers in classrooms where they want to teach? And I hear what you're saying, that the practical approach doesn't address any of the long-term revenue streams. I don't think we have the luxury right now of being creative thinkers, which sucks. It sucks to say it. It sucks to believe it. But we are in full-on, I think, desperation mode right now. I don't know. So if we don't have the bond money, how do we answer the infrastructure needs? If we don't focus our energy on supporting our teachers through a parcel tax, how are we going to address that issue? Because what you're suggesting, even if we, pencil it out to use your phrase, that's years in the making, especially when we're talking about Burbank is about to build mixed use downtown land
Craziness,
of
right, yeah.
things. I think that's the official name. The downtown land of things.
Land of things. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a great development. Yeah.
So, and then I also reflect, and this is probably like selfish of me, but when people were coming and having their concerns about Horace Mann,
Yeah.
what I said, and I believe it, is that I would not support using bond dollars on anything other than existing need. And I believe that that's what we need to be doing. And it's not because I'm trying to, shut a good idea down, but we have such limited staff right now. And I think for me, the focus is how can we address current issues right now? I don't think that housing has been an expressed need from our either or three of our unions.
Wouldn't be answered.
Huh? I mean, I think, and look, we all want to offer universal childcare, 100%. But I think perhaps more pressing right now is identifying the areas that we need to address about our existing childcare. And I know we have different sort of price points for that, but I also know that a great many of our staff intentionally choose around the bell and pay that money because they want certificated teachers with their kiddos. So that's also something to think about. So I guess my question is does thinking in this moment creatively sacrifice our community of learners, our community of teachers, rather than addressing the immediate pressing needs, which are we've got to fix the stuff that's broken and leaking, and then we got to figure out how to build on the community enthusiasm we already have for a parcel tax. And I just, for me, it's hard to ask staff to put in the man hours for something that I don't think makes the most sense for our community right now. And I know that puts me into sort of like a narrow, like sort of thinking, but I just feel like every fiscal report we've received lets us know that things are getting worse. And how do we rationalize to the people whose jobs have been reduced or cut, well, we're going to take $20 million and invest it in something that
Of capital money, though, not ongoing money.
Right.
That's different funding.
Right, but how do we rationalize even looking into something when we just voted on 3 massive cuts, right? And I know your argument is, and it's a valid one. I'm trying to think ahead, but I think right now we have to think about where we are and where we're going next year. And it doesn't feel to me responsible to even explore it, even though it's a really interesting idea, when we just sat here and slashed a bunch of other things. I don't know how to look at our teachers and our classified staff and say, we're going to, what we're now exploring is how to use money on a sort of interesting, creative, but amorphous idea that would not perhaps benefit anybody who doesn't have kiddos.
Would also have no general fund impact that we know of, because it would be generating its own revenue.
But how long?
Again, these are the questions I want answered too. And I don't think it's that hard to answer some of these because we are already in the childcare business. We are already doing this.
But what message do we send our staff by, using staff time to explore an idea that would take millions of dollars out of bond funding for something that is years down the line when people need assistance now, when they need their hours restored now, when they need their job back now.
Agreed, but hours are not going to be restored necessarily by bonds in any serious way because they are one-time funding, not ongoing.
Right.
So, whereas if we took on childcare, guess what? No, it would not be at first, at least unless you guys can pencil it out, a curriculum-based program initially. But it could be in time. It could be developed in time, and then that's a new shelf for overtime hours for our teachers when we have to cut.
So how long would we be asking them to wait for that?
I'm sorry, what?
How long would we be asking people to wait for that eventual return on investment?
I don't even, return on investment?
Meaning-
Well, bonds are paid off over 30 years.
No, I mean using 20, 30, 40, 50, however many millions of dollars for something that will eventually bring money back into the district.
Again, sorry, go ahead.
So I just don't know how we ask people to wait that long, however long.
Well, here's the thing, right? It's never going to be the right timing to be innovative. It never is. I don't think that anybody ever is like, oh, let's take a bird walk on this. I get that. But this is a very specific ask. I'm not saying it's viable. It may not be viable. Okay, but let's know what we're doing. There is no childcare in Burbank right now. Not a ton of it. Not a ton of there are childcare providers, but there's a vast amount of need. And we can answer that need, and it is a part of our mission. Why? Because we've done it. There's a whole child development fund, and that, no.
I'm just curious, how do we know there is a need?
Ms. Sponsor
one at a
Kemkar,
time.
is there a need? Is there a need?
Of course there's a need for childcare.
Of course.
Of course.
I don't.
There's always a need for child. First of all, my question is.
Hold on, Shar was waiting.
That is, yeah.
You sat on your hands and everything. You shushed the whole time.
So,
Yep.
Mike, where's Mike? No, I'm just kidding. Mr. Ferguson actually said something kind of interesting.
It's not about me. It's about the idea. So be
No,
careful.
you had an idea that was kind of interesting. I could see partnering with another nonprofit. We have the Burbank Housing Corporation in town that does
Which did the same model. That's right.
Yeah, which does provide childcare, and they have a mid-range group
That's
that
right.
they have a hard time attracting. I could see partnering with them and letting them do the work, but utilize our employees to fill their spots. Just a conversation to have. I'm not saying a parcel tax is going to pay for it.
They have a very long wait list.
For low income,
That's right.
not their mid-range.
That's right.
And it's at like $60,000+. So
I was on a wait list for 5 years.
Can we not interrupt people?
anyway, all I said was
That's right.
I would have a conversation with Burbank Housing Corporation to see if there was, not that would have a parcel tax and use that money to build new things, but work out a partnership agreement so that if somebody did want housing, maybe they don't know about Burbank Housing Corporation or some other entity. Okay, that being said, we just had a ThickMap report that says that our staff needs to spend time fixing things. I'm not looking to add that much. So I see a 4 vote for this so far. I don't know how Mr. Ferguson's going to vote based on his things that he
It's
said.
not about me.
He may vote yes, he may not. I don't know. But I think that adding this to their plate, along with the thick mat, is plenty enough. I'm not looking to add more to their plate to pencil out a place for people to live, because I already think it's not affordable. So I'm not going to ask them to spend their time to validate what I think. Does that make sense?
I will.
Dr. Agakani and then Mr. Ferguson.
So,
And then let's
out of curiosity, I'm curious what other districts do provide, first of all, childcare. Childcare has always been a concern. As a parent, I can tell you, childcare has been my concern since. So it's nothing new, but we have to be. Well, but that's not the issue. The issue, and then my other question is, why now? If this has been a concern for so long, why are we having the discussion all of a sudden tonight about this issue, where we had plenty of the time to talk about? And let me finish. Yeah, let me finish. So again, it is for me. Yes, I can be very creative. I'm known to be creative with ideas, but right now, timing, what's happening, the economy, you put all this together, it is time to be practical. And I think we need to, and I don't know what happened in '97, the bond, but I can't, no, because you're connecting something from past that is completely irrelevant to what's happening today. If you would have told me in '97 we would be sitting home for 2 years because something called COVID, So again, let's have a realistic discussion about here what it is we want to do as a bond, what our concerns are, how much are we in right now in terms of just keeping everything going? What was the number you said earlier? How many millions of dollars we need to, it's going to cost us to fix everything we have right now and maintaining them?
Facilities-wise?
Yes.
1.2 billion.
The facility master plan identified $1.2 billion in current day value. When they used a CPI indexing to it, it was about $1.6 billion.
Okay. So I think, again, yes, I do want to look at all these things, but at the same time, this is not the time because if this was an issue and a concern, we should have had this discussion a long time ago. We're talking about bond and what bonds do. Bonds are usually for facilities, and we need to, and have we had not this issue with $1.2 billion, I would have said, yeah, let's get creative. So I'm just saying this in terms of practicality. I don't care what happened in the past. I know what's happening right now with certain bonds that are in 5 billion and 8 billion range, and they're already asking for other bonds because of they weren't expecting cost of living, cost of food, cost of materials going up so high. So again, this is a discussion that we need to be practical about.
And you know what, Dr. Agakani, I couldn't agree with you more. But the reality is that those costs could go up for any one of the costs that we're talking about, for any one of the construction projects that we're talking about. Additionally, Ms. Tabbitt said, there's room in the child care programs. No, there are not. There are not rooms in the child care programs right now. It is hard to get your kiddo in. And there is, again, we can't even evaluate the question. And I hear Dr. Weisberg on, I don't want this to be a wild goose chase. I don't want this to be a runaway train. But if this is a viable option, we don't want to take that. Childcare is a part of our mission, and the three of us in particular, the ones who have served longest on this board, have voted to shut down infant care. We voted to outsource childcare to the YMCA. This has been a part of our mission. We just, with state standards and state mandates, couldn't afford to maintain that level of standard, that level of care. But if we brought this back, if it was a nonprofit, and yes, you're right, Ms. Tabbitt, the Burbank Housing Corporation is an exact model for what is possible. They took redevelopment dollars, they built, they secured properties, and then they managed them for low-income families, and that still serves 20 years later. And you know what? I'm sorry, I was here in '97, and it does matter. The history does matter. Because we're not people who go, are other districts doing this? No, we have to innovate. And you realize if we do this right, and it becomes a viable revenue stream, districts across the state will do it. Why? Because housing is a crisis. It doesn't matter who answers it.
Stop.
That's what I'm asking. So, Dr. Weisberg, if we, again, seeking a middle ground on this, then let's cap a number of hours on it that can be committed of staff time to entertaining the concept. If we could possibly afford this with bond expenditure, and we said no because we just were too busy applying the same strategy they applied to the problem in '97 to today, I think we're missing an opportunity there.
Okay. So where we're at right now, because I think we're all spinning our wheels a little bit at this point.
Okay.
So where we're at right now is asking for direction either, and let me make sure that I'm correct in this. It's either asking for information about the possibility of housing or asking to move forward with, let me read the language. Move forward, well, I don't even know how I would word it.
There is no motion.
There's no motion because it's just a discussion. So it would be to give direction to move forward on crafting the language of a bond, but we wouldn't be able to do that if we greenlit the exploration of this that would be built into the bond. I just want to make sure that I'm correct in that.
Could we not just add to the total amount that would be considered, or if I mean, I don't think we have to slow down on and potential housing.
I just think it fundamentally changes what we're asking, because that would have to be language that's written in.
It's true. It would involve a revenue stream being generated.
Okay,
right?
so then, those are the things that we're considering right now. So I think we need to, I guess, ask each, let me think. So procedurally, I'm just going to ask each member if they would like to move forward with asking staff to research the possibility of housing.
For a limited number of hours, if that helps.
For a limited number of hours, if that helps. Or move forward with asking staff to draft language for a bond. Is that correct? Okay.
I think everybody is comfortable with language for the bond, to get bond language generally moving. So I just want something, this concept potentially explored.
Right.
And to be incorporated.
It would just have to go first.
I mean, we haven't had a chance to contribute new concepts until now. We haven't had a project list until January.
Right. Look, I think that it makes perfect sense to have this conversation now, because we have not been able to have a conversation about a bond.
I appreciate it.
So now is the time. There would have been no other time to have this. So it's good to have this conversation now.
And we're already adding to staff plates, by the way, by having a bond in general. So we're not following FCMAT.
So let's now just very quickly, can each board member say whether you would prefer to do I'm just going to say the exploration of housing, or moving forward with asking staff to create language for a bond continuance? And I think we can just say which one. I don't think we need to have any more conversation about it. Being a jerk. It's 11 o'clock at night.
I'm all about moving forward with a bond.
Okay.
Same.
With respect to what I think is a creative and interesting idea, I'd like to move forward with crafting bond language.
Yeah, I'm all in for universal childcare for Burbank families.
I don't think it's fair for you to
That's all I'm
imply
saying. I'm
that
saying
no
to
one
explore
else
that. No,
is
no.
supporting
No,
childcare.
That is not fair to say that I implied that. I said I am supportive of that concept. It didn't imply your position against it. If any of you want to work with me with that, fantastic. I would love that opportunity to really see if there's a viable model to achieve that. Really, genuinely.
Okay, that's fine. So then, direction to staff is to please work on crafting language for a bond. I don't know when that's going to be brought back. Obviously, we have to move quickly.
Yeah, our goal will be to have language to you for resolution for you to consider potentially approving at the next meeting, April 4th. We will have a few options to plug in the dollar amount. That would be based on, I will have the current approved valuation of $55.18 as as an option. I'll have the current paid rate of about $50. And is there a desire for a third option, or is it looking at the rate extension between those two?
Third option would.
So you're saying either 50, 55, and 18 cents or more?
Potentially.
I mean, look, I think there doesn't hurt how much extra work is it to look at $60 and see what that generates?
We have that information already.
Okay, so why not include it just for funsies?
I'll present 3 options.
Thank you. Ms. Ponser-Kamkar.
Yeah, one thing that did come up was ahead of kind of launching some of this is we do have a facilities master plan, which is not so much a plan as it is an inventory. It's like a shopping list. So I do wonder if, because my understanding, and this would be new for me, is there are certain things that we as a board cannot do, that staff cannot do once this is all kind of in the mix, right? And so I wonder if there is a way to inform the community about the kind of needs that were uncovered in the facilities master plan in a way that is not, hey, go read 80-page report, but here are the highlights of what came out of this report that supports then why we are coming to the board with this language, if that makes sense. And I'm happy to kind of help work on that with you. But I think that could be important to this discussion. Thank you.
On to 11L, which is approval to amend Board Bylaw 9320 to change the start time and frequency of regular board meetings. Sorry. Moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Ms. Ponser Kamkar. Conversation.
Yes, can I have the slide, please? Thank you. At our last board meeting, we made some adjustments to the agenda and actually implemented them. The one area that we had discussion on but did not come to consensus or vote on was the possibility of starting an hour earlier to gain more participation with our community. And what was requested is that we put a survey out, and we've done that. We put it out for a little bit over 2 weeks and generated quite a few responses. I think it was a really good pool of people that have shown their interest. And the blue section, which is 50, I can't see. 53.6, I'm sorry, I have this screen right here, said yes, start at 6. The yellow section is 24.7. It says would not have any impact on their participation. And 21.7% said no. So I don't move the time. It's now up for board discussion on whether or not to change the time of our meetings.
So I actually wanted to talk briefly about some of the comments, not the one that said to get rid of me, but which I think was a valid and important comment to make. I wonder who made it. Curious. So a couple of things that came up that I read is that can we explore, I know we've talked about this briefly, but the phone option that the city uses, can we get it for free? How much does it cost? Because people seem to want to make phone calls in. True. So that could be that came up multiple times.
My recollection from the last time we talked was that the problem was that we needed a person to staff the phone line.
Ah, that's correct. And there's no way that Cindy Q can do that.
Yeah,
that's
no,
too much.
Cindy Q has got too many jobs as it is.
Okay.
That said, like if there were a way for us to figure that out, that'd be neat.
So perhaps then,
or if there's a way for us to like allow folks to join the Zoom without advance notice, but making sure that they cannot do crazy stuff in there,
Zoom
that'd be
is
great.
different legally in California law versus a call-in number. I think that was the issue.
Does the person manning the phone have to be on site?
I believe so.
Here's what I think. I wonder if we can explore the legality and ease of allowing people to come to the Zoom without having to pre-register, so that they show up, they're put in a waiting room. You can chat, because you can chat in the waiting room and say, like, what are you here to speak on? I wonder if that's, because I think what people like about the phone is that they don't have to pre-register. So that could be something interesting to discuss. I think that would be a happy medium, especially because we just don't have the staff, either on-site or off-site, to handle the phones on top of, like, everything else.
We'll look into that.
Okay. The other thing that we should be putting somewhere that I also saw is that people are confused. I know you can get after 17 clicks to like where the board meeting date is hidden amongst the weeds of our website, but I wonder if there's a way to put a little more front and center when the board meetings are, our updated policies on public comment.
Should be on the front page.
And then the last thing that came up is translation. And I think that's also something we could put on the front page. Someone asked for Arabic translation. Yep. People don't know that you can use, if you're watching on Zoom or even on Granicus, that there are translation options available. So I think if we can also put that somewhere where people can see, I think that's really important, just so people know, like, oh, I can translate this. I didn't know, because we got a lot of comments that were like, I can't believe there's no translation. It's like, but there is. But we have not done a great job of telling you how to get it. So I think just briefly wanted to say that like that was some really helpful feedback in the comments. And if we can sort of explore that, independent of shifting the time, I think that would be, again, a continuing trend of trying to make meetings more accessible.
Yeah.
Who would like to speak? Ms. Tabbitt.
And maybe we discussed this and I slept through the conversation, but it's possible. transitioning from first and third to second and fourth, what was the reasoning behind that?
So that's a separate issue. That's actually the next agenda item, and that has to do with fiscal reporting. So this is just about the time change. I know it says it, but then the next one says.
Is the calendar.
Yeah.
So is that also? No, right. It's not.
The calendar, the calendar reflects the change to second and fourth?
No.
Yes.
We're not switching to second and fourth every month.
Oh.
That's the next agenda item.
Yeah.
I can explain it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's in one.
The language in
11
11L does
L.
read that way, but it's not what we're voting on in this particular thing. Correctamundo. Correctamundo. So this is just, this vote is just on the time change. And then the next agenda item, we can talk about the couple of months where we'll have to alter dates.
So the best news is I didn't sleep through that
You were
discussion.
wide awake, young lady.
That we know of.
That we know
Does
of.
that help?
Otherwise, I would, yeah, so move to 6.
6, yeah.
Okay, so moved by Mr. Ferguson, seconded by Ms. Ponser-Kamkar. All those in favor of moving our meetings from 7 p.m. to a 6 p.m. start time, which will also mean a 5 o'clock closed session.
If we could, just.
Yeah, go
again,
ahead.
Mike, I really think that a 5:30 closed session makes sense for working folks who are going to have to commute somewhere. Because if I'm off at 5 and I'm in downtown Los Angeles, which a lot of people work in downtown, how do you get here in 30 minutes? Like, how do you get here? I'm just saying, we are making it harder and harder for working class people. And I
For
don't, I'm not the
closed-
first.
For closed session?
I think if you get off at 5 and to get here by 6,
Are-
6 is when the meeting starts.
Are you talking about
If we
sitting?
could start closed session at like 5:30.
Right. Are you worried about like the electeds or people
The electeds.
doing?
No,
Okay, got it.
People, well, but also, if you've got, I don't know, we had this conversation a few years ago. If you have a family, you're picking them up.
Oh,
how
it's
do you,
tricky.
Right, yeah, Lord knows.
No,
So
5
that's
o'clock
why
is
we said
tricky.
7.
I
Could we do after?
I would be open to after.
That's fine.
If
Yeah, if that works.
if that works, I mean, I think it might, because I think about the fact that like we need fewer staff at our closed session.
right.
I also know that, and the few times that we've not been able to have closed because we've had so many public comment, we've had it after.
That's right.
And I don't think that if there is something where there is a lot of public comment for closed session, I think that's a strategy essentially, right? That folks use. And so I would be fine moving close to after, and it might help us kind of get
Sure.
through some of those things.
Glendale Unified does it as well, so thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's fine with me.
Just a, thank you. That, I think, gives other folks who get off at 5 p.m. and have a commute time to breathe.
So saying that we meet closed session at 5:30.
Nope.
No.
If we need to go
Nope.
later, we go?
No, that we shift closed session to after the board meeting and just begin our meeting at 6 o'clock.
6 and 1/2 doesn't matter.
What's another hour?
I know.
Okay, so with.
I do agree.
Okay, so then moving closed session to the end of the meeting, beginning our meeting at 6 o'clock. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries 5-0, and let's make sure we can communicate to our community robustly about the time change.
And
Okay,
is this effective like our next meeting?
Right now.
everybody leave and come
Actually,
back
we're
in and
supposed
out.
to start earlier. Yeah.
I think.
You did show up.
Well, we
I
don't.
did show up early,
I mean,
that's fair.
do we feel like it is? I don't know that there has to be much done other than the time change. I don't see any reason why we couldn't do it at our next meeting in April.
Says you call.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll send the information out broadly.
Thank you. All right, now we're going to move to 11M, approval of 2024-2025 regular Board of Education meeting dates. May I have a motion and a second?
Hold on.
Take your time, take your time.
So we are moving to the second.
Not all.
No, wait, all will be given. No,
I'll explain.
not every month.
Almost all.
What? Which one? Are we on 11M now?
We are.
Okay, thank you.
Seems 2024 is that way, but not.
Except for March. March we would have 3 meetings.
That's a lot of meetings.
Yeah, why are we having 3 meetings in March?
No, one of those has to be dark because it's
Would-
spring break.
So,
Do you want me to make a motion and have me explain, or do you want me to
yes,
explain
yes.
first, or?
No, let me,
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Poncer Kamkar,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Tabbitt. Let's have some conversation.
So I am trying to maximize the amount of time that fiscal services has to be able to produce first interim and second interim and get the budget approved. Because a lot of times there are reasons why we can't get that done on either the first or third board meeting. So we were going to move all of them to 2 and 4. The reason why we don't want to do that is it conflicts with too many holidays and it doesn't work out well. So the idea is that for consistency's sake, it's going to remain the first and third Thursday of every month, with exceptions in December. In December, instead of being the first and the third board meeting, it's the second, so we have more time. In March, there's 3 board meetings listed because we always have to call for a special board meeting. So we're letting everybody know ahead of time that this is the month that we're going to need more time. And it's because of trying to get everything closed out to be able to present to the board. And in December, there's a modification. It's still the first, June, I'm sorry, it's still the first Thursday, but then instead of the third Thursday, it's the fourth Thursday. Just gives us an extra week. So there's changes in December, changes in March, and changes in May. June. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with the change. I think the change is fine. But if we could potentially, as I requested Dr. Paramo, I had asked if we could explore on this list, at least discussion of putting the goal setting, just calendaring that now. So that way we're not later in. Go ahead.
I have a proposal for that day. Can we put February 1st as a Saturday? Can we put February 1st? Can we amend this to include that as our potential goal meeting?
Those two are
Unless we would rather do a weekday.
Saturdays, we've done it historically on Saturday.
That's what I thought. Okay.
History doesn't matter.
Just as a point, though, if you look at the calendar, it doesn't look like, I mean, unless I'm insane, it's all the 2nd and 4th on this calendar.
Yep.
I'm not, so.
I can't do 2nd and 4th, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. So can I make a suggestion? Can I just ask that we pull this, let me fix this up to include the goal setting, and I'll bring it back?
Yeah, if that doesn't cause too much heartburn or anything.
And also, just to be clear, at this myself, so at my work, the board meets the last Thursday of every month. We meet every other month. So if we pick a 4th one, that could be also a conflict for me. I know it's 1, but I gotta.
I think for me, it's just confusion because it looks like 2nd and 4th through the whole thing. So let's change it. Let's bring this back to the next meeting because it's not, I mean, based on what you're saying, this isn't correct.
That is
right?
absolutely,
Okay.
you are correct, it's not correct.
Nailed it.
Yep. So we will make the adjustments the way I explained it, and we'll bring it back, and we'll also include the goal setting date.
Mr. Ferguson?
Thank you. We're not impacted. So state law does require us to publish and to approve a set of, so we're not impacted on any deadlines by this?
No.
Right now. Okay, great. Just making sure.
Good question.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to table that, move to 11N, ratification of agreement for professional services. Moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Ms. Poncer Kamkar. Any conversation? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Motion carries 5-0. 11O, acceptance of gifts. Yes? Moved by Mr. Ferguson. Seconded by Dr. Agakanian. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, let me read it. Thank you to the following wonderful people. Thank you to McKinley Elementary PTA for donating money to be used toward dance at McKinley Elementary. Thank you to Disney Elementary for donating money to be used towards Gary Dance Program at Walt Disney Elementary. Thank you to Washington Elementary PTA for their donation to be used towards the Gary Dance Consultant Services at George Washington Elementary. Thank you to Burbank Arts and Education Foundation for their donation to be used to purchase one Jean Paul alto saxophone at Dolores Huerta Middle School. And finally, thank you again to Burbank Arts and Education Foundation for their donation to be used to purchase one Roosback Heather harp at Luther Burbank Middle School. How fancy. Thank you to everyone. No amount of money is too big or too small. We are deeply appreciative to everyone. We are going to move to reports from the board. Does anybody have a report? I got a quick thing to say, which is just that at PTA Executive Council, all the words, it was really exciting because 3 amazing people, I just have to find my notes, were awarded with honorary service awards. So our fabulous April Weaver got an Outstanding Administrator Honorary Service Award. Erin Constantine and Mona Sleck also received Honorary Service Awards for their tireless efforts in the PTA. So huge shout out to all 3 of those amazing human beings. And I know that there's some more HSAs going out over the next period of time. So just wanted to shout out those 3 phenomenal human beings. Okay, consent agenda. I need a motion and a second to approve items 13A through 13T as presented.
So moved.
Everybody moved it and everybody seconded it. So just pick, Ms. Tabit moved it, Ms. Ponser-Kamkar seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Motion carries 5-0. I am now going to adjourn the meeting at ridiculous o'clock. 11:19 for the minutes.
Still today. I mean, it is still today.